Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final of the English Counties Championship. I'm joined with Ben Purton. Hello, Ben.
Hey, pleasure to be here.
And we're going to be taking you through the afternoon with all the action as it happens. So the final is on the open section is between Surrey and Middlesex. So let's just have a look at the lineup here. So neither of us, Ben, neither of us are completely unbiased in this matchup, are we?
No, I think I've got a little bit of affinity towards Middlesex because Hammersmith Chess Club are very close to both my team, the Sharks for NCL, as well as the Celtic Tigers, who have a few players represented in the Middlesex lineup.
Oh, wonderful. I'm fond of the Hammersmith Chess Club too, but I have to today cheer for Surrey because I'm part of the squad. I haven't actually managed to play any games this year, but I am part of the Surrey squad, and so I would in principle play on occasion if I wasn't actually commentating today. So anyway, we're going to wish good luck to both teams. We're going to today be looking at the open match, and we will also look in on the Minor Counties Championship and also the under 2050 championship. So those are the ones with live boards. So we're going to look in on all of those matches. So the minor championships is between Norfolk and Cambridgeshire, and the under 2050 is between Essex and Warwickshire. So great day of chess lined up. So what we're going to do is first of all look at the pairings. What do you any particular matchups that catch your eye here?
Well, I'm trying to work. Do we think that Peter Lee? I mean, I'm guessing it is the Peter Lee who was. It must be.
Yeah.
I think he was the champion of the British champion a long, long time ago. I'm talking the
Yes.
60s.
It's the
So
great Peter. You know what I did before this, before we started, I just looked up, I was going to look up how old he is. I always ask him how old he is, and then it's more than 73 now. I think it's like 79. He's
79,
a
79.
great age. But I looked it up on the FIDE website, and it just put his birth year was 0, so that makes him 2023 years old, which I'm sure even the great Peter Lee can't be quite that old. But yes, it's him, and so he's a past British chess champion, and he's also been champion of bridge as well. So he is a force to be reckoned with. Although I don't know how he manages to keep his strength up. I think he even, as well as still playing chess and bridge to an extremely high level, I think he even still does some work. He's had his own company for years, and great. When I'm that age, I hope I'm as active as him and doing all the stuff he does.
Top board of the county
Oh, God,
final as well.
county final, amazing. And so he's up against international master Richard Bates. Tell me
I've
a bit
played a
about.
lot about these players. I've played Richard quite a few times. I'm
Yeah,
okay against him at rapid play, but I think he has my number at slow play. Yeah, I think if I had to pick 3 games, I like
yeah,
the top board. I'm intrigued by because
yeah,
it's the top board, and
yeah.
then I think that Chris Baker versus Rob Eames will be a bit of a fireworks
It's
games
going to be
because
fun, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. So
yeah,
Chris Baker is he's now he's the just won the over 65s championships, English championships. So he's English champion of the seniors. And Bob Eames, those two must have played a lot of times. Bob Eames a regular on the tournament circuit.
and then my final, if I had to select a board,
Yeah.
I probably would say I'm intrigued to see Peter Lalich versus
Oh,
one of
me
the kids. One of
too.
the,
Me
yeah,
too. I
yeah,
mean,
because
Peter's a very strong player, isn't he? And Stanley as well. Stanley, he plays a lot of really fast chess, doesn't he? He's like incredible strength at 3-minute chess and probably faster as well.
Yeah, I think that's my three. What are you looking forward to?
I was also looking at Peter against Stanley. Um, um, yeah, and actually Susan. Let's say Susan on board 4 against Rick McMichael. And Susan, we've been successful at getting her to agree to play in the seniors teams. So she's going to be playing in the tournament that starts very soon in Poland, representing the England women. It's the European, so we're current world champions, but we're having a bid to be the European champions. And I haven't looked yet which other teams we're up against, but there's a strong team in the women's and also in the open event, so it's going to be a lot of fun. But Susan hasn't played in this, I think, before in the teams event, so it's going to be great to have her on board.
We've been dominating the seniors, haven't we? A little bit. We've
absolutely
had quite a good time of it in the last.
In the worlds, we won the over 50s, over 65s, and women's over 50s as well. So pretty good, huh?
Yeah, really good. Maybe get Peter Lee to play. He seems to be still active. Yeah.
It's true. He should definitely be in there. Yes. Have to have a word with him. And Bob Noyce, always fun to see him play as well. And then we've got Mark Joss against Chris Scoulter. That should be a fun game. We'll definitely have a look in on that one.
Yeah, for sure. And I was checking the actual the minor counties actually.
Yes,
and because I've played for Norfolk many moons ago. I did my undergraduate in Norwich, and so I played a few years for them, and I recognised quite a lot of their team. Some really, and also I do know a few of the Cambridgeshire team, but I would say that Norfolk, I would probably say, have the slight edge because they've got quite a few underrated players in my view.
I remember. Let me just get that one up on stream. So that one there.
Yeah, so David Lemoir is a really entertaining player, and he's an author, I believe. He's written quite a few chess books, and there's only one of them all. I think they're brothers. I think there's usually, but Gerald Moore's really strong, and Phil Bonifant used to play in the Bucks League, which is not far.
Yeah.
So he used to play. I think he used to play for one of the teams in Buckinghamshire and some of the Berkshire teams that I was a part of. So that's an entertaining game as well. The minor counties one, Cambridgeshire probably not benefiting from the summer because they can usually pull from the university. So a few players in the term time, and now they've the unis have just finished, most of them, and therefore. Guillaume Price.
I think Andrew Slough is the Andrew Slough I know who I used to play Go with quite a lot. So he's a multi-games player. So that'll be interesting. He's on board 11 for Norfolk. And also we should mention Abigail Wearsing, who's the British under-16 champion, I believe, playing on board 5 for Cambridgeshire against Daniel Gomez. Lots of good games here, yeah. And Declan Shafi. Now he plays for Scotland, doesn't he? So I think so. Is he studying at Cambridge? Maybe.
I think he might be a student down there. It must be, or moved down there. I know quite a few. I've played James Cole a couple of times successfully, and he used to study there. He might still. He's been studying a long time then. There's some underrated players in both of those teams.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the average rating at the bottom of the screen there. So Cambridge just edges it, average rating 2030 against average 2001 for Norfolk.
And then the Open, there's 100-point difference. So 2166 for Surrey versus 2066 for Middlesex. So I do like cheering on the underdog as well. Natasha. So I get the underdog with Middlesex a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to cheer for Surrey, the higher rated. Although, like with Stanley and Frankie Fattuccioni in there, I think there are some underrated players there in that Middlesex team.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, so it might be an
Might be
upset.
closer than it looks there. Okay. Fine. Shall we have a look at, actually, let's look at let me try and get the under 2050s on as well.
Yeah, we've got some moves in some of the games.
Let me do this one quickly and then we'll go on to the games. So here we go. And this is the under 2050 Essex Warwickshire, which is showing a 16-0. Oh, default. Is that all? Is that all not?
Yeah, I think the 2050
Actually,
game is they haven't turned up, so
right. Yeah.
congratulations to Essex
Oh,
on their
okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, that would have been nice. Rakaya on top board there.
yeah.
She's been playing really well recently and just got selected to play in the, I think, under 16 championships. Okay, but that's a shame. So that one's not happening today. So let's go then straight to the chess. And here we are. We have. Let's put it on. Let's start on board one actually. Richard Bates against Peter Lee. Should we take it from the start, Ben?
Yeah, let's go from the start.
Yes. Okay. Richard Bates, D4. He used to play D4 many, many years ago. And does he vary much? Do you know?
He mainly plays D4 when I've played him. I've played him on the black side quite a few times.
Yeah.
I've got like a draw against him. I think I've had some good results against Richard in rapid, but I've not. I think I'm 2-0 down at slow, but I'm almost 50-50 at rapid. So over
Okay.
quite a few games. So
Okay.
yeah, he mainly plays D4. And yeah, and then Peter's played sort
He's
of
going
a
for, it looks like a King's Indian setup from Peter Lee on board one there for Surrey.
yeah, you can go into what, or if you want here, you can go into one
Mm.
of the like the sublines of the Grunfeld with
Mm.
D5, takes, E4, knight B6. That's kind of a very funky form of one of the sublines of the Grunfeld
Oh,
because
yeah.
yeah, but it's
D4.
yeah, you
Oh,
can
yeah, this
take
stuff.
yeah, but this is always quite entertaining. Yeah, that's quite an entertaining. You can go back to F6 as well, but I like to
Okay.
go. Yeah, I play a lot of the Grunfeld these days, and but
Mm.
I'm guessing Peter Lee didn't want is more wanted to play the king what I
Yeah,
think he
yeah.
played, the King's Indian with more than the Grun like a subline of the Grunfeld. You can also if you ever get this in a game, if you're watching, then if you play D5, you can look at bishop, sorry, to G5. That's quite a sharp line for white. If
Mm.
you ever get someone trying to transpose into a Grunfeld here.
Mm.
So that's quite interesting as well.
Peter Lee can't be up to date with modern theory, with all the latest theory, can he? He can't have studied.
Well,
God.
you can't be. Maybe he's
His
watched all of
Indian
Gwaine
chessable
Jones's.
course in theory
Yeah,
in detail, can he? He can't have. Not with
you
all
never
the
quite.
other things he's doing. I wonder. But let's see. G3. Okay, but this I guess, isn't the sharpest line against the King's Indian. But there'd still be quite a bit of theory on this. Castles. And I know Andrew Martin years ago wrote a book on with this, which had this recommendation, the Kavalek and coming across like this, which I used to play in my younger days.
Yeah, Andy Martin loves the C6 stuff. He actually was a big proponent of the check system, and he taught a lot of my chess team the check system when we were younger. And some of
Mm,
us still play it in speed chess, sort of the check perk as it's known. And
okay,
it's got a similar C6, Queen A5, but you don't have to swing across theme like you do in sort of a
right,
King's Indian setup.
yeah.
So,
So
um,
castles, knight d7, knight c3, and e5 from Peter. E4 and rook e8. What do you think of this position, Ben? Do you like this?
um, See, I usually would try and well, I don't know, I really here because it looks like you don't want to allow I don't know. It's the pawn probably is poisonous, isn't it? On e4. I'm not a good King's Indian player, you know.
Oh yes, h3. Yeah. So
Yeah,
can you take on e4?
yeah. Like takes d4. I'm guessing knight takes. So then that's not there's nothing
No,
there.
can't do
Yeah,
it. But you could maybe take on d4. Sometimes you do like,
yeah. Take d4 and then
so
knight
say you did
c5.
this, takes, and knight c5. Oh, but it's not. Oh no, it is hitting the pawn.
Knight c5, then
Mm.
a5 next move
Yeah, so
probably.
rookie one, say, and a5, and
Yeah,
you might get that kind of setup.
yeah.
Oh, it's just put these moves in as if they're playing it. You have to
Yeah,
be careful of that because that's yeah, okay. I think that's the live position. How do
that
we
is it. I think if you
tell
just
me?
go back out and back in, no, I
I'll
think
go back out and in. Yeah. I don't wanna uh, put moves onto their boards for them. I'm sure they wouldn't appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, so an interesting King's Indian there between Richard Bates and Peter Lee, and we'll come back to that. Let's see Graham Buckley against Marco Galana. So Graham, e4. Maybe he mixes it around. He's definitely played d4 against me before. International master Graham Buckley. c5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. This is pretty trendy, Ben. Everyone plays. Lots of
I
people.
play this as
Do
well.
you play it? Yeah.
The Rosalino or whatever it used to,
Yes.
its original name was that, wasn't it?
Yes. And knight f6. So can they play e5 here?
Yeah, you can, but what usually happens is they go like knight d5, and that c7 square is quite not a bad square for it, you know, like because
Oh, and just drop back there if you.
yeah, yeah, that tends to be okay. Because if you go e5 and if you try and be clever and push with c4, thinking you're getting space for free, they go and you've kind of got a funky pawn structure. You've got a Maroczy bind, but your pawn's not on e4; it's on
Yeah.
e5, and it's a bit messy, the d file. So
I'm going to see what happens if I put this in. I can. Yes, it's just a variation, so that's fine.
yeah,
Yeah, like that. Yeah,
because now
interesting.
your bishop's sort of stuck there, and so you really you can go back to c2, I guess, but you what happens is you end up with getting that e5 pawn gets kind of ganged up on with quite a few tempo. And if you try and defend it with d4, you just swap it, and then one of the defenders has to take, like knight takes, and that pawn on e5's pretty lonely
Mm,
at that stage. So it's considered
yeah,
there are lines with it, but if you're a white player, I wouldn't suggest
yeah.
that here really.
Graham certainly didn't go into that. He was like knight c3 a bit more.
That's one of the normal moves.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can lump off straight away, but not after knight f6.
Mm,
Some of the lines, like especially with like e6 line, you
mm,
sometimes take straight away because you don't want to allow defending the knight on c6. You want to, yeah. So
like that. Yeah.
that is a line that you can play.
Before they get the chance to put that in. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but he's gone knight c3, which is very popular as well.
Yeah.
Um,
And g6, sorry. And
yeah.
now e5.
Yeah.
Knight
Now,
d4.
obviously, then you haven't got that knight d5 move, which we looked at a second ago. That's kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it's a little bit more a little bit stronger.
Oops. Okay, and so
Then he's
black's
taken
not
off.
going here, so you take off,
Yeah,
takes, and white played h3, knight back, knight e4, and b6, and this is where they're at. Have you ever had this position before?
I've not. I don't. B6 feels. I have had this position, but I haven't really seen B6 a huge amount. But because I usually sometimes I castle before knight before knight e4.
Yeah.
So I've had it a few moves later, probably what transpires in the next few
Mm.
moves.
So
But
black's got the bishop pair, but has this kind of slightly damaged pawn structure. And white's quite comfortable, can castle and get pieces out.
Black's okay here though. He can go like bishop g7, castle, and then f6 and break open the center a bit. It's almost
Right.
like a kind of modern theme in a weird
Yeah.
way, with the
Yeah.
pawn structure and the knight on, but without the pawn on h5. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
We'll keep an eye on this one. Now it looks like Graham's a little bit behind on the clock, so maybe Marco's a little bit more up with the theory, perhaps.
I
But
think
let us-
Marco plays for Celtic Tigers, I think, in the
okay.
4NCL. So I
Okay.
think he does. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure he's played against us this
Well,
year.
the Celtic Tigers know their theory, don't they?
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah.
Okay. Shall we go for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. So Venkatamaran against Silverio. And so this one, d4, g6. So giving white the chance to play e4 if they want to. But white didn't. So c4, bishop g7, g3. Okay, now you'll like this. We're getting an early d5. Then.
Yeah. This might transpire now into a funky line of the Grunfeld.
Yes.
They took, which I'm a bit, well, I don't know. I would, yeah, takes. If you want to try and
It must be okay. It looks natural to me.
yeah,
Except that the extra thing is this diagonal on the rook, isn't it?
yeah, but I think it's not gonna, because he can go knight
Takes,
f3,
takes, and
can't
also knight
he? Yeah,
f3, blocking it all off.
and
Nothing's
now you're
happening.
gonna, yeah. I actually don't like taking with the queen there. I would probably try and transpose into a Grunfeld with knight f6, because it's very hard to, yeah. You pretty
You
much,
would play this one.
yeah, I probably would play that.
Mm.
Um, yeah. You need to be careful in sort of it's a weird position. You've got the g3 as white,
Mm.
whereas usually you've got knight on on c3. So these sort of lines can be problematic because with white you can go queen a4 check, and then they have to defend, and then they can't pick up d5 again, and you end up in quite a good pan off for white
Mm.
sometimes, and that's yeah. So that's but here I quite like, I would have quite liked to do that, because you can't really go if you defend it. So what, you
Mm.
just take it off next move.
Yeah.
And it can transpose similar to the line we looked at a little bit earlier, because you could play like, I don't know, bishop. You could put your knight out, or bishop g2. Yeah, and then this is just transposed into a
Yeah.
very funky Grunfeld, where g3 is very early.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, I quite like black here quite quickly, because he's, yeah, but he played queen takes d5.
Here, here, and bishop g2. So I guess he's going to just do a quick castles and then maybe a knight c3 as well, coming in just to force the queen back.
I just don't like this for. I'm sure there's people saying, Ben, this is all theory, or you don't know what you're
Mm.
talking about, but which is probably true. But in this position, I don't mind white here, because I just don't like that
Yeah.
queen on d5, unless you can pick up, because I'm guessing they have to play for something to c6 here potentially, but
Yeah. Let's say knight c6.
they've got this knight
This
e5.
will look like a proper move, but that's just
Yeah,
us.
well, knight e5 might. Oh no, that's sorry.
Well,
I'm
you,
well ahead.
yeah,
Yeah, well
that's
ahead of
it,
myself.
unfortunately.
Probably knight
Oh,
c3.
oh, oh, no, no, I don't need to do that.
Yeah, knight
Knight
c3. So
c3, right? That's what you do, isn't it?
yeah,
Um, and then they need to drop the queen back. Let's say they drop it to here. Then you might be able to get d5.
yeah, d5, knight b4, and then you're threatening bishop takes
Yeah.
c3 and winning the pawn maybe. So
I
yeah,
guess you can. Can you do that?
No, you can't do that one. Knight b4 I would go to. Knight
That's your
b4.
knight b4.
Knight b4, yeah. I would, yeah.
So knights.
Sure, we're missing something glaring.
And and then this one's so threats take on here and then take on there.
Yeah, still need to be really careful though. Just
yeah. Okay, so that's the one on the board. These moves are me making it up. Alrighty, and so let's see the next one. Susan against Rick Michael. And Susan e4 and French. She herself, I think, knows the French pretty well. I think she plays a few things, I think, as black, but I think that's one of the things she can play.
Yeah, she's definitely played the French. I've seen her play the French before. And I think Peter Lalich, her son, plays the French as well, or he did when he was younger. I've seen him play the Sicilian and the French. So
d4, d5. So Susan does. I mean, she plays for NCL and she does a lot of coaching as well. So she still is. I suppose it's not the same coaching as playing. I sometimes hear people who do coaching. They'll say, "Well, it sort of sometimes helps your game and sometimes doesn't because you're sort of thinking about different aspects of coaching."
Yeah, I've got quite a strong coach in my team, Tom Rendell, and I would say that he's definitely like a very strong IM, but I would say that maybe some of the evening chess and tournaments around coaching have corroded his rating slightly below 2400, and so I'm guessing, so I would say that it depends on the level. My daughter's a coach at the moment, Natasha, which is
I didn't know that. Oh, wonderful.
she's about 1450 standard, but she coaches like in little kids in schools in London.
Very nice. How lovely.
Yeah, so that's so I guess I think for someone like her, actually coaching benefits her chess because she can still definitely improve a little bit, whereas maybe someone really strong like Thomas, he might sort of say, I don't think it definitely doesn't accelerate his chess. It might stagnate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's sort of is all helpful, but if you then don't have time to do whatever else, like for a pro player, if you're working as well and coaching, then it might make it harder. But I think, the like prepping for, if you like finding positions to coach people and stuff like that can be very helpful. So A6 here, and so white then plays c4, and I guess is looking to undermine black center. So black took and takes, and that then means at least this bishop's got a little bit more scope if it gets onto this diagonal, maybe later on, or in fact not even later on, does it straight away. And knight c3.
I don't know. Can Richard McMichael take? I guess you can just take. Yeah, you can't take on f3 yet and mess up the pawns because of the b7.
Because you wouldn't.
Yeah, you go bishop takes knight, queen takes knight, giving up the pawn on d5. Maybe I don't know.
Let's see, does this? How does this go? What? This is all sorts happening here. This is right out of the opening, but still all sorts. Because if you take
queen takes b7,
then just take on b7, introducing. So there's this threat and that threat. So this queen, of course, but this, black's got threats too because there's this threat and that threat.
You take with check. You go bishop. You develop your final piece, bishop e7, e3, and I'm not sure how you defend it.
This is going to be. There's too much. White's got too much development here. This can't.
Yeah, you've got greedy and yes, it's like a poison pawn. So it's an interesting one.
Yeah. So maybe black can't get away with this. I feel like black can't get away with taking that knight because, because that is the one piece that black has already got out yet.
I mean, then he might swap it off at a point
bit.
and then just
Yeah,
play
yeah.
d6 and get something on a couple of things on d5 and play it like that. Kind of like a Slav where you've swapped off the weak bishop.
So Rick gets out the knight and Susan castles. And knight d5. Knight g5. So now what's Susan up to? Is she going to get her? Oh, I just looked ahead. She is going to get her queen out. This is very exciting chess even early on, isn't it?
Yeah, for
so
sure.
Susan's plan is just to target this weak f7 pawn,
which is pinned as well. With like you got knight takes e6 threats as well potentially. So
yes.
yeah,
So bishop e7 developing like you meant to, and here, oh gosh, and if black just castles, well, you really can't do that because you have queen h7 checkmate, so that's completely out of the question. And you wouldn't want to lose your game, like in the final of the counties championship. You wouldn't want to be mated on move 10, would you? That would
but
be really...
now I mean I like Susan's position here because you've got to go g6, haven't you? And
he actually didn't go g6, but let's say so.
Oh.
If g6, then I'm thinking what, queen h6 and try and
yeah,
counter it.
and if bishop f8, then you probably can just then go back to somewhere cute like h3 or h4. I'm sure. Yeah. I don't know. Just feels.
But I like this for white. Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks really powerful here.
But I think Richard kind of didn't want to do that, did he?
Maybe that's why he swapped it off actually and just took here, just because that knight is so annoying. So Susan, oh
no, that can't be correct.
d2. No,
I'm guessing it's bishop takes g.
I think yeah. So what's showing here is bishop d2, queen here. So I wonder if I mean those obviously weren't the moves, but it's probably gone bishop takes g5, queen d7, and they're gonna something happened on the live boards. So what might be happening is it might be white's move. We're not quite sure, but this will fix itself.
Can white now go?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. No. This is right. It has been.
I think knight e. Just trying to see if knight e4.
Knight e4 now. Shall we? I better not put it in, but I'll just put an arrow. Okay, we know what we're talking about.
But I think there's chances here for black to try and go for some weird equality with like knight f4 or something, something crazy like that to swap off the knights.
Interesting. Attacking the queen.
Yeah, I play some crazy chess, Natasha. So.
This is crazy chess. Oh, I was going to suggest. Oh, you could go queen f3, couldn't you? There's not.
Well, no, the bishop's sort of then problematic. It's quite entertaining then. I don't know, because it looks like you don't want to swap. You want to keep that knight, kind of that c5 square is dangerous and stuff. But you probably, I don't think you can get away with knight e4. There might be chances because black's happy to swap off and bring the bishop off that g5 to to d8 diagonal. I'm sure that they would be happy with swapping off. So I don't think you can play knight e4. I looked at it, I thought, oh, that looks natural. I would instantly play it, and then my opponent would play knight f4, and I'd be like, oh, what the hell's going on? So yeah, it's quite an entertaining one.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, I like this game. We're going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to keep moving through just because we've got lots of games. So let's look at one of your star games, Bob Eames against Chris Baker. So this is going to be a classic, or you don't think they're just like halve out or anything like that? That wouldn't be.
So this is I know what this opening will be from that position as someone who plays it a little bit.
Okay.
It's going to probably be a fit. It looks like that's a standard Philidor position with all the pawns like that.
E4, D6, yes.
Yeah.
D4, yes. So D4, and you could go into kind of perk thing from here, but he's not gonna. He's gonna go into this Philidor. f3 and knight bd7. Bishop c4. Yes. And you just go what, bishop e7, yes. And
Yeah,
castle.
this is the main line. I'll tell you a funny story actually
Yeah.
about if you go back a few moves to when
Mm.
bishop, so after bishop e7,
Yeah.
so I was 16, 15, yeah, I was 15, I think, and I was playing in the Major Open, and
Okay.
there was a strong Russian grandmaster because back then the Major Open was open to you could play if you were a Russian grandmaster, and he was about 25, 50. And I was
Mm.
studying with one of my best friends, Sam,
Mm.
and we thought this is I mean, ChessBase was around, but barely back then. So you would study more with books and score sheets and stuff like that.
Yes.
And
Yes,
so
I remember those days.
we thought we were geniuses because we thought we had discovered new theory because bishop takes f7 here, you can win the rook in the corner, but it's a forced loss for white. So if you ever, the computer will just spit it out these days. But
Okay.
the king
Just
goes
king
back,
g8.
king goes g8, knight to e6, and then
Oh, yeah. I've
yeah.
seen this
So we were
before.
like, oh my god, we can be like he's played this loads. He might, what's he doing, type thing. And then my friend Sam went and played this, and he was completely lost after about 15 moves because the
What
queen
do you do?
comes.
You get the queen out and
Queen's to
just kind of
G6,
counterattack.
Queen comes to G6, and then yeah, in the end, Queen takes like G2 happens, and it
Yeah.
becomes quite messy quite quickly for you. Um,
Because what you can do these days, right? You just slide this button along,
I know, yeah.
and then you know straight away, no, what's white doing here?
Yeah, but back then, we're talking. This is the turn of
Yeah.
the millennium.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. No, I
so
know. I remember it well.
so
Yeah.
we didn't really have these buttons back then. We had a
Yeah.
very, very clunky like
Yeah.
Windows 2000 version of ChessBase, which had like Fritz 5 or something on there.
Of
So
course.
and so we thought we were very smart, but we weren't.
No. So you
Uh,
also, but it wasn't you played it, your friend played it in their
Well,
machine.
I mean, yeah, I would have if it was me because we were preparing together because he was going for like because they used to have the under 18 British title as part of the Major Open back then, and then so I think he might have won it in the end anyway, or he was very close. But um, we
Hi,
were preparing.
Matrix. Thanks for the follow. We're commentating actually on the county championship final, so we can't play at the moment. But welcome to the stream.
Um, but in general, that was so that's the Philidor. So don't ever be tempted by that if you ever see it at
No,
home and you think, oh, that looks quite fun to play for.
yeah, and
Like,
also it could burn up quite a lot of time on your clock if you just discover that at the board, couldn't it?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
So,
but
but
just
yeah,
castle, nice and sensible. Castle,
yeah,
castle, and a4. Okay, and yeah, so here, I mean, I quite like the white side of this, I would say, but I have played the black side of this definitely. And
yeah. I've
what's
played both quite a lot because because I play the perk quite a bit. This is the more sensible opening
yeah,
if you play d6 knight f6. And so I've played both sides. I don't mind it. I mean, there are different lines in this line.
mm,
After c6, which is I think the next move
that's
here.
right, yes,
This is where you do have different lines. Some people play queen e2. Some
okay.
people play b3 as well, and then
B3.
and then
Oh, and
bring
then fianchetto.
or no bishop a3. You can put because
Yeah,
if the queen goes to c7, you can put pressure on. You know, there's options there.
mm,
Um, um, so some people like to do that. Some people like to play queen e2, and then the bishop's still got those squares back to a2. So yeah, it's quite an interesting one, and you always have to be quite careful because there are lines where black can play like knight takes e4 and equalize with d5. There
oh
are
yeah,
yeah, so there are standard lines like that which are quite popular as well. But I think he played the main sort of the good move, which is rook
what's
e1.
gone
I
with
think
Q1?
is one of
Yeah,
the main moves at least.
that gives the bishop even, and I mean, bishop can come back this way or
Yeah.
that way if they want to. Okay, and black went b6, looking to get the bishop out, I guess. Perhaps this way. h3 and a6. And what's a6 about? Probably trying to get b5 in.
Eventually get b5, yeah. B in chetter and b5 because you can't do it at the moment.
And so Bob just drops back, tucking the bishop away, and rook b8. Again, reinforcing the threat of b5.
Yeah, because that way you can take with the a pawn, whereas if you played it straight away, takes, bishop takes f7, cheeky move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's show it. Let's show it. So here takes, and here taking account of this rook being undefended. So this is a sort of connected rook's position with that rook undefended, this one here, and the one piece in between. And if you can get that piece away with the tempo, then that risks losing your rook.
Yeah, so Chris, a very experienced player, well aware of
very experienced player, and knows very well what's coming if he does that. And so they're going to maneuver it. This could be quite a few moves this game if they maneuver around some more. Let's see, Peter Large against Andrew Stone.
Mr. 10,000 Steps playing for Middlesex, I believe. I've
Andrew Stone, Mr. 10,000 Steps.
Yeah,
no, I know that. No, he's done it. He's done it. Hasn't he? Can't have. Oh no, this is terrible. Hasn't he done it every single day for 6 years? He's done.
It's more than I think it's more than 6 years now, Natasha. I think it's like a serious amount of time. I think it's like over a decade.
Because there'll be so many days. Because I did it for nearly all of last year. I got up to December the 12th. But there's so many days where you think, oh yeah, actually I wouldn't actually go out now, but I still have to do my steps. But I can't even imagine doing it every day for 6 years. But he's missing it for today, is he?
Well, I'm guessing he's done it in the morning, or
no,
will do it
he's not missing it for today.
Yeah, he's not missing it for
chat. Around the tournament hall. But the really annoying thing, right, is because you can't have your mobile phone on when you're playing chess.
Yeah,
no, seriously, because when you would you could walk around the tournament hall, you can get a lot of steps in that way, but you wouldn't be able to count them because you can't have your
7 years of 10,000 steps, having checked.
That is serious respect for that. Yeah.
Andrew's there was Pinner Chess Club in London were very strong back in the day. They used to have Jonathan Rogers, John Cox. They used to have Colin Crouch. So you would have times where Andrew was on board, like who would be a pretty decent board one in some of these local leagues, the Thames Valley League, for example, and he would be on board 4 or 5, and you'd be like, "What?" And he was 20, very strong, as strong as it gets without being a FIDE master, really, like 2280 standard type, very 215 ECF old money. And so
he's well though. He's a solid player, isn't he? I played him in Golders Green Rapid Play quite recently, and I've been doing some kind of solid opening myself, and he was black, and he just lined up right his queen. He's had his queen over on A8 and his bishop here, and just sort of lined up on this diagonal and kind of took my position apart right from the in the hyper modern way.
Peter, I played Peter Large when I was a lot younger in I think maybe one of the Blitz tournaments at the London Chess Classic, and he must win the award for perhaps the strongest handshake I've ever received in a chess tournament. I think he's maybe like in the city and stuff like that. He came in a suit, so from work for this event, and when he shook my hand, I'm a pretty big, strong guy, I guess, and I was like, wow, just testing my hand.
His strength.
So Mr. 10,000 Steps versus Mr. Strong Hand Step. Sorry, handshake.
Large against Large Stone.
Yeah.
Caracan we have. So this is going to be
Pan-off.
yeah, pan off Botvinnik. Okay, and knight f6, knight c3, e6,
Mm-hmm.
and Peter takes off. Takes. Are you familiar with the pan-off Botvinnik?
I am, yeah, familiar. I've played many a game against online against Keith Arkle.
Okay.
So yeah, he plays the G6 line, and but I used to play the pan-off a lot. I now have some new stuff that I play, advanced
Mm,
sort of stuff. But I used to play the pan-off. If you know what
yeah.
you're doing with black, though, you end up kind of just equal, getting equality back.
Yeah.
Um, so it's a good speed opening. That's the thing. I play against Keith Arkle. If I'm white, I'll play the pan-off Botvinnik
Mm,
and get a slightly better end game and hope I can grovel a draw, which is never a good thing against Keith in a rook
that's
ending.
right.
But
Yeah.
in general, yeah. So yeah, I think Andrew is a very experienced Caro-Kann player. I'm pretty sure he's played it most of his life.
So call it predictions on. Are we predicting a draw then for this game? I think I might predict that.
Um, I don't know. Maybe.
Got another couple of moves here and here. This is where we're at. So I guess White's going to redeploy around here and try and
But you're inviting G6, and the bishop can then just go
yeah.
back, and you end up with a double Vianchetto and B. If you allow B5, I think you have to probably play A4.
A4.
Yeah, because if you allow B5, bishop B7, you've got
Yeah.
quite a nice position with black there.
Mm,
Knight B6 to D5 if you want it, or to F6 once you've Vianchettoed the other way potentially. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind being black if I'm allowed B5 for sure.
okay. Well, we're going to cut that out then straight away with A4.
Yeah, because that's quite a common theme in the Botvinnik, I think, is like to play A4 and get your bishop on A3.
Mm,
Usually, one thing I would say is I don't mind white, because the reason why I sort of didn't jump to play black no matter what was
mm,
because usually in the Botvinnik you've got this horrible D4 isolated pawn that you have to get some play for it, otherwise you end up slightly
mm.
worse, in fact, and you usually get a bit of play because that pawn um, on E6 is quite weak at some points. There's ways of sacking pieces and getting
We've got these two lined up on.
yeah.
So you have to
But
keep an eye.
yeah, so I don't mind this
Yeah,
for
and this
for
bishop isn't perfect yet. So as you say, yeah, if they can get b5, bishop b7, then that's absolutely fine. But at the moment, what he might go b6 and bishop b7 perhaps.
Mhm. Probably in this line, because he's put his bishop on F6, he might be building for some form of rook E8, E5, and kind of because there's not a huge amount of pressure on F7, because the queen's kind of stuck on D3 because of the C3 pawn. You'd have to go quite a long way around to put any significant pressure on it.
Mm,
And knight can't come into E5 or G5. So
mm,
maybe that, because it's not a normal. This isn't a normal um, Botvinnik for the ones I see. There's
yeah,
quite a good bot. There's probably newer books. I'm showing my sort of when I read books. Jacob Agard from
yeah,
Everyman, when
yeah,
he was writing for Everyman, he's now got his own quality chess, I believe.
yes.
But he wrote a book. It's like dark blue. It's really old. It's probably, I think it must be 25 years ago he wrote this book. I had it when I was a kid.
Mm,
And but it was quite a good book for the Botvinnik. And Yelena Dembo as well has written some cool stuff on both the Grunfeld and Caro-Kann.
very
Um,
lovely.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm trying to seem like I read chess books, Natasha, but I
yeah,
really don't. I
you do.
I'm one of
I
these
buy
people.
chess books and then I don't always read them. It's even worse.
Yeah, I have one of those. I buy a gym membership. I don't go to the gym. I
Yeah.
buy
Oh,
a
I
book.
do that too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I buy a book and I put it on my shelf. My daughter's worse than I am for buying a book and putting it on a shelf, but I'm still pretty bad with chess books. With normal books, I read them, but with chess books, I buy them and go, I'll read that and I'll sort my openings out, and then I never do. And so yeah. Who have we got?
Yeah, now here's a fun one. This is completely different. So this is Dimitar Mogilarov against Chris Briscoe, and we've got a Sicilian, and it's looking like it's building up to a Grand Prix attack. So we have f4, and I used to play this in my younger days. This a bit of this f4 Sicilian and Grand Prix attack, and d5. This is a very a good response against Grand Prix.
Yeah, for sure. This is Gwen Jones would be liking we've on board 1 we've got a King's Indian, on board 6 or 7
Yes.
we've got a Grand Prix. It's definitely one for him.
Yes. Takes, and bishop b5 check. Knight c6, queen e2. Bishop e7. I'm going to comment already. Kind of this pawn. You wonder if you do really want it there, but let's see how it goes. So takes. Knight f3, knight f6.
You've got the e5 square now for the knight.
Yeah,
Not too.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay. So you might even do. I'm wondering whether he's even going to try a like b3 bishop b2 or something round that way. But let's see. Castle d3. I know, maybe not. Yeah, and I guess let's see. Yes, he does. He blocks off the e file with knight e5.
That's quite. I mean, now it's not the strongest knight on e5 though, because immediately bishop d6.
Yeah.
You can start to put pressure on the knight, and that obviously the pin to the queen with the rook. So it's like a discovered double attack kind of thing on the.
Yeah, I think White's going to want to get the queen out of the way, really.
I quite like Black's position.
I like Black's position.
Yeah, at the moment you have to play something like Queen c7 first, because he might be able to get might be able to get away with knight takes c6 if he's not careful with but yeah, I'm not a fan of this at all for White. Just feels like everything's in the wrong place a little bit.
Yeah, so White does 94. White's going to try and gang up on that c5 pawn, I guess.
That's quite a slow. You've got to play b3, you've got to play bishop a3, or you've got to either play bishop to e3, which invites d4, knight d5 afterwards for Black. So I don't know.
It's already, and White plays queen f2 just to get the queen off prison to counterattack.
You just feel like you're in trouble here with White.
Feels to me like White's in a bit of trouble, but actually, so Chris Briscoe played d4, but now actually White does have the c4 square for the knight, so maybe that's not.
Yeah.
I wonder if d4 is right. To me, it doesn't look right, but I could be wrong. It does give Black the d5 square for the knight, to be fair.
Can you not take but instead of d5, can you not just take on e5 and then play knight g? Oh no, well, I don't know. I was looking at takes.
You're looking takes
knight g.
Knight g4, hitting this obviously many times.
Yeah, obviously f7.
White can take
f7 is quite weak if you think about it.
I was looking at taking on c5, but you could always take it there with you'd want to take there with the knight, given the choice, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's probably not good. Yeah.
Maybe here. To make sure you keep an eye on, just don't get mated on there.
I feel like I've given away the initiative now as Black. I feel like I've given away, let's say because if you take something on e5, you're allowing bishop f4 with a tempo there. I don't know. It just feels a bit.
Okay. So maybe it's we were over optimistic for Black. About how good it is for Black.
Yeah. Well, d4 now you're threatening e5 because there's.
We could because we wouldn't mind swapping this off, would we? We could. I was going to go knight g4. Oh no, but then the c5. This pawn is weak, to be fair. So I guess that's why he played d4. So for white, now I'd be tempted by because now this is threatened, right? Bishop takes c5 is threatened, so I'd be tempted by maybe knight c4. And then actually,
lot on the queen side now. I mean, I just don't like the knight on a4. It just feels like it's on borrowed time almost. So it's
yeah. You'd need to go kind of b3 and bring the knight back, but it is slow, isn't it? What I was thinking, right? So say black dropped back with that bishop, because I think you'd want to move the bishop because otherwise white can exchange and then bring the other knight round. But say you drop back, I don't know, like say that. Then maybe white would do an f5 at some point, get this bishop out onto that sort of thing.
Yeah,
no.
That looks all right. I mean, I think I think I was a bit prejudgmental of whites, but it's not too bad. Otherwise, it would almost defunct the whole Grand Prix. It just feels, it feels a bit. You feel like black's got more space, but obviously he's got the weaker pawns, Chris.
We're going to move on though, because now I can't tell if these are my moves or the game's moves.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now then, Mark Joss against Chris Skolter. And c4. Our first English defense attack opening, even you would say, that we've seen today. We've seen only d4s and e4s, haven't we? We don't even see any knight f3s yet. e5, knight c3, bishop b4, and queen c2. And is this Chris's normal stuff? Do you know?
I probably know Mark Josse's game from like sort of Surbiton days back in the day, rather than Chris's. Because me and Chris often we like to be the non-playing captain if we can possibly be. We both have the same sort of desire for that. Chris is quite he likes quite solid positions. So I would honestly I would have thought if you told me Mark Josse versus Chris, maybe this is one that I might think's a draw.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Mark Josse, I believe he's I think he's a police detective. I think from memory.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Yes. Sounds like a very interesting job. He does like all the high-profile cases, right?
We've got quite a few. There's a couple of police detectives in chat. I mean, there's David Spence from sort of Suffolky area. He's also.
I didn't know he was a police detective.
Yeah, there's quite a few in chat.
I didn't realise. Okay.
But yeah, I've been playing in the same league. Well, I used to when I was a kid, play in the same league as Mark. And I think he would come from work. He wasn't in uniform because I think he was already a detective by then, I believe. But I'm pretty sure does some pretty great stuff around that. So that's awesome.
It's not a secret that he's a detective.
Well, if it is, then I've let out it's the worst kept secret because I've known since I was about 14. So, so it's not the best. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he's a detective of some sort. But yeah. So,
knight f6, bishop g2, and a5. Interesting move. So he's going to go his knight out onto a6, perhaps, and knight into c5.
Yeah, that's it, because it's sort of a King's Indian type theme, isn't it? With the a, it's popular in a lot of.
Yeah, it's a normal move.
There's even lines of the Dutch where that's a theme as well.
Yeah,
there's quite a lot.
Because also, right, white could just go b4 just by choice on their own if they wanted to at some point without a5 in. But he actually goes around this way: knight d7, e4, and this castle, knight e2, rook e8. If I was choosing, I think I'd choose white for the bishop pair. But black has introduced a threat of taking on d4 and then taking on e4. So like if white just castled here, you could just take, couldn't you? Oh, you take back with the queen, but you don't really prefer that.
No, feels like you probably want to play d5 here, mate. Oh, there we go. He doesn't.
Yeah, and started.
I thought maybe because you haven't got a knight on like f3, it's on e2.
Mm,
You kind of
yeah,
feel like you maybe want to play, and your queen's supporting the c5 push kind of later, or even
yeah.
supporting the diagonal for f4, and there's no black square bishop. I would have probably
Mm.
tried to sort of play d5
If
because
you go d5, though, he can then go knight c5, which I think is what he was wanting to do. And
yeah,
then his a5's looking good.
yeah, maybe you might be able to play queen. I don't know, queen f2. Well, I don't know,
Mm.
queen f2, and then build up for either f4 or yeah, or eventually like bishop e3, and then try and kick the knight. But then they go b6, and you end up with this dark squares versus light squares situation.
Mm. I was just going to quickly look. I think there's no. I'm just looking on all the pages. We don't have any, apart from the 16-0 for Essex, we don't have any decisive
Results, yeah, no.
no results yet, just an hour in. So still very exciting in this counties championship. Okay, let's look at the next one. So we've got Mark Davey against Russell Granite. Okay, and so let's see, e4. Oh, interesting move on move 1 from Russell. Knight c6. You don't see that very often. So I'd expect straight away d4 from Mark, which he does play. E5. Okay. I've played e4 quite a bit. I don't think I've ever really had this in a game.
I play the Scotch, so I would just play knight f3 here and hope that they're not that this isn't what they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, there's two temptations: one to play the Scotch, or one to take and then play f4. But I'm sure that the player playing black knows that that feels very critical. Feels like
Mm.
you could end up with a bishop on c5 that's going to eat alive your sort of diagonal, and yeah, so it's an interesting, yeah. And then if I'm guessing, I mean, if you play d5, they just go knight e7, and they have one of these sort of d6, g6
Yeah.
build up for a nice f5 type piece with lots
I
of
would be
support.
quite tempted by d5. d5 97, but yeah. It changes the style of game a lot. So it's
Yeah.
more a sort of d4y type game than an e4y type game in a funny way. Hi, Wilsonia. Sussex player used to being beaten up by Surrey and Middlesex. Oh,
I'm wondering. There's a couple of Wilsons from. There's Ollie Wilson, isn't there?
yeah.
From
This, I think,
the
is Jamie
85.
Wilson.
Okay. Yeah,
And
because
he likes toast, is the thing to know about him.
yeah,
One of the many things to know. Yeah. Okay. Takes. And bishop f4. Knight g6, bishop g3. Here. This worked fine. I think this is sort of fine for both sides, really, isn't it?
most
Um,
yeah, I don't mind black here.
yeah.
Always, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is getting exciting. I wasn't predicting the next move from black. So Russell, Russell must have been prepping something exciting. So b5 here. And this is a very lively defense from black.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out. Is it like? Am I missing something with? I'm guessing I'm missing Queen E7, Bishop, Queen B4. That's quite cute because Queen E7 attacks E4. So does that make sense? You know.
Instead of b5.
maybe I've overthought it, and he was just going to take on e4. But yeah, so b5. It feels poisonous. It feels, well, it doesn't
Mm.
feel. Yeah, b5, bishop takes, and then I mean, I'm sure he was probably going to play like just knight take, but knight takes e4 feels bad because a queen d5 feels like it's attacking a lot. So I would have played
Oh,
queen e.
look at this. Look at this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Queen e7 though instead of knight takes pawn feels like because then you're threatening queen
Okay.
b4 check, winning the bishop as well as the pawn. So it feels quite strong for black, no?
Yeah. Yeah. So what would you do? So this
I'm not.
this must be the maybe there's nothing to be done. This must be the what he's aiming for. Yeah. Because you could try knight c3 to cut it out, but they still take on e4. And if everything just gets swapped, that's so
Yeah,
so.
knight takes e4. This feels quite nice for black. It feels like because that pawn on b2 now, the rook rook b8 type later
Oh, it's,
maybe.
yeah. If you
I
just
mean,
do this kind of thing, it's nothing much, right?
no, if anything, black feels like they've got the equality back.
Mm, yeah. Although c7's on freeze,
Yeah,
you've got to move to defend it. Wait. So would you take? I suppose you have to
yeah, take. Oh, yeah. Or you get c6 maybe with a.
c6.
But I'm not sure c6. Then that bishop on
At
g3 is a
least
bit
you
of a
don't have
mon.
the rook b8. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe not then. Maybe.
No. Oh, I think I've.
b5, very interesting move. Not 100% sure.
It's interesting. It is interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure I'm sure he's prepped it before the game and he knows his stuff. Russell knows his stuff. Yeah. Okay. So bishop back. I think that's wise from Mark to just drop back there because.
I think Russell. I don't know if he used to be. Pretty sure he was like an uncle to one of the people. Did he have something to do with Sean Talbot's family? When I don't know. Maybe I'm going back to an era
Oh,
before my
maybe.
era.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, because I went to school with Sean Talbot's son, Nick. He wasn't a chess player. I just went to a
Yeah.
random school, and he was at the chess club. He goes, "Oh, my dad would beat you," and I was like, "Oh, great, whatever." And then he goes, "Yeah, his name's Sean Talbot. He was pretty good when he was younger." And then I again, Google was pretty young, but I looked up. I
Yeah.
think I went into the sort of
He's
yeah.
IM, isn't he, Sean?
Yeah, he was
He's
under
really
20
strong.
under
Yeah.
20 European champion because his
Okay.
IM when that
Yeah.
there wasn't that many GMs,
Yeah.
type thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So it would be like GM new money type IM, a bit
Yeah.
like Bill Hartson and stuff. That kind
Mm. Mm.
so, yeah.
So queen e2 and bishop c5. So actually, now black's got all their pieces out first. Like the 4 black minor pieces out, and the white's knights are still at home.
Yeah, probably not a
Can
fan
you
of.
can you
of
take on? You can't. Surely this b5 pawn still poisonous or not? Because
uh,
look. You could like say if I do it, it's going to show it. But say you took here, you're then attacking both the bishops, so you'd probably have to just drop back, wouldn't you?
yeah,
Yeah.
and then I guess
Then you
f3.
can bring
I would
knight
I'd
in.
I'd
Yeah.
instantly play
F3, would you?
f3 maybe
Would
there, but
you?
yeah, well, because just
Seems
that
brave to
pawn.
me, but yeah, you could be right. You could be right. Yeah,
I
and
don't,
just defend the thing because once you do that, then these pawns are kind of blunting this bishop here, aren't they?
I don't really use chess computers, which is probably a crazy thing to say in 2023.
Mm,
Yeah, I'm fascinated by the AI in
mm,
computing, but
mm.
I'm in general. So I bet there's people with the button clicks going like, "What are they talking about?" It's
I'm
like,
I'm I'm controlling myself really well because my instinct is always to click on, have a think about what I think and then click on that button straight away. But I try not to because the thing is like when I leave the button on and I'm streaming, then if you play a move and then it's not the right one, you're sort of spending the next 5 minutes trying to work out what was wrong with this move. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting opening for black. So Mark's having a bit of a think. Yeah. Would you go f3 even now?
I probably would want to steal the pawn beforehand.
Yeah.
You know, like
Okay, so maybe, queen b5 with f3 to follow, perhaps.
yeah, maybe knight d2 if I'm not going to take the pawn.
Yeah.
And then think about taking it
You
next
could
move.
even castle queenside or kingside, couldn't you, for white? It's you've got that
It's
choice.
quite an interesting game, to be fair.
It's great fun. We're going to have to come back to this one. But let's keep going because we've got all sorts of good games. Bob Noyce, Alex Freeland. Okay, so another French defense, except it's not quite a French defense because Bob is going to d3 and going into a King's Indian attack. d5, knight d2, c5, g3. So King's Indian attack, I think always of Amit Ghazi when I say King's Indian attack, because he plays it so well, so quickly, like in those British Blitz championships. And he just plays the same thing game after game. Everyone knows he's going to play it, but he's just so fast and plays it so well.
I'd rank Amit as in the probably 5th or 6th, if not, and I'm including all the good players like Mickey and co. I would say that in speed chess, he sort of would, if there was an England team, and there was 6 spots in speed chess, he'd make the 6. I would say, even if you had everyone like Luke and everyone, because he's such a strong. I mean, he's about 2650 kind of standard. I'd say at
He played
speed.
that tournament, didn't he? And he was beating everyone and had.
Yeah, he was. I've got a screenshot of the standings.
Beating everyone.
Yeah, he had like he beat Van Forest. He beat 2710 Russian player. And he had some good positions against others as well. I mean, there's a screenshot with like basically me and 19 grandmasters, of which I think like 16, 17 of them were in the top 30 in the world. You know, it was the who's who of chess. Yeah, he's very talented. He's been doing some. There's a random player who used to play for me called Tristan Cox. Who used to play.
I know Tristan. Yes, Tristan's come on my stream several times. The rock troll, and they worked together, didn't they? And then
so Tristan is one of these players that is probably 2600 in the opening, I would say, and he's worth probably 2200 now because he's done a bit of work on his middle game and end game, because he was one of these players that he would know everything, but you take him out the book, but he's massively supported Amit's game. And they went to school together I think it was towards Sutton Coldfield, that part of Birmingham, not far from where I'm sat at the moment. So yeah, really interesting stuff. But yeah, he does. Amit does play that, but he has sort of spruced his openings up a bit. But he's so good at this type of thematic Vianchetto. Both sides. He's more done work on his black, because he was kind of very predictable with the structures that he was getting. But that's this is his cup of tea.
And now we see it in the hands of Bob Noyce and Alexander Freeland. So Bob's the Surrey player here, and Alexander's the Middlesex player. And we're getting King's Indian attack. So quite often in this, at some point, white will push a pawn to e5 and kind of hold it there. Let's see, in this game, Alexander's fianchettoing the bishop, and Bob brings the knight round. We don't see e5 yet, but it looks like we're going to see the kingside pawns come forward. So bishop b7, f4. Yeah, takes. So I guess we're not going to get an out-and-out kingside attack. because this exchange in the centre's happened, and so the centre's a little bit more open than you sometimes get. Bishop e3 here, knight c3, okay, c8 and g4. Okay, so it's one of those ones where actually I sometimes get positions like this when I start the game with one f4, and you can kind of push those kingside pawns, and he might go. You sometimes go with things like queen e1. Although it's not like, to me, it's not going to be a mating attack or anything like that for white, because black could easily open up the long diagonal, with moves like knight d4 or something, and swap off, and so it feels to me like it won't be decided by some big attack.
No, I don't think it. It looks like, yeah, that looks okay here. If you probably played like g5 and then, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's got something hugely strong. But g5, maybe put the bishop on something on e4 and something on g4 and try and get into that f6 square. Who knows with these things?
Interesting.
Yeah, well, intrigued for the next few moves for that one.
Okay, and right, Colin Mackenzie, Phil Brooks.
I've played both of these players.
Yeah, me too. Colin, is he King's Head?
He's King's Head, and Phil Brooks used to be around Warwickshire. I'm pretty convinced.
Maybe he has been playing for Ashted, because I play in his team sometimes, which makes sense for Surrey. Okay, so taking on c4, and then white takes back this way, which is normal. And Phil's going to go for b5 and challenge on the long diagonal. I'm trying to remember what Phil's games are normally like. I've got a feeling he sometimes gets in time trouble. But he seems fine on the clock in this particular game. So
yeah, I think I had a game against him where he was completely thrashing me, but then got in huge time trouble. I seem to remember that.
No, he's a very
Yeah, I think I
strong.
played him in a rapid, and I think he was. It might have been the Warwickshire one in like Leamington Spa or something.
Yeah.
And I think I won it with Henrik Stepayan, but I played Phil, and I think it was Phil, and I think he was thrashing me, and then got in all sorts of time trouble, and I kind of got very cheeky lucky.
But he gets good results for Ashted. Knight f6 here. Okay, he just says, rook, my job's done on b8, I'll go to c8, aiming for c5, f3 here, and then he does do c5.
See, I quite like Black's position here. I
Yeah.
just have to say that, you've now got your queen stuck. You can't go knight c3, so you have to just waste a move, it feels like. You probably have to go queen d2 or something passive.
Yeah, he went, well, queen d1, he went,
Okay.
but yeah, exactly same sort of thing.
You look like you look at least one or two moves behind as white here now.
Yeah, I didn't see any particular mistake for white, but I do agree with you that it looks nice for blacks. Blacks pieces have developed effectively. c5. And yeah, so this diagonal got weaker, so he's just swapping off those dark square bishops.
Yeah, and if white takes here, he's slightly worse. It's not got quite significantly worse probably actually, because that knight's coming into d3, really no matter what, and you're going to have a very strong rook on c8, and White's still got to get the knight out. He's got a castle or get his king safe at least. Maybe he can go to f2. I don't know. It just it feels like he's 2 moves behind here. Like if it was castle, then his knight was on, I don't know, c3. That would go, okay, this is position, isn't it? But now you feel like you've wasted 2 moves.
Yeah.
So I definitely, which isn't good news because I'm supporting Middlesex and Colin is in the middle.
Yeah, go Phil, go Phil. Come on, Phil. Come on, Black. I think we're still no results yet. Yeah. Okay. And so now next one. This was a big match we wanted to see. Peter against Stanley. Really interesting one. And I think they both are quite happy to play some slightly unusual stuff as well. So there you go. There you go. Already. 1 knight c3. Knight f6 and e4. Okay. d5, e5, d4. I've never seen this position before. Do you know this one, Ben? Okay. Actually looks similar to stuff, but there we go. E takes f6. And d takes c3. There would be theory on it, I'm sure. So f takes g7 and takes check. Take back with the queen. Takes. Is this just going to swap off to a draw? Castle's long and castle's short. It sort of seems really familiar to me, but
yeah, it feels a bit awkward because I tipped this up as one of my games to watch, and this isn't exactly the most jaw-dropping position I've seen. I would have thought he'd, I don't know, you can't really go bishop b4. They just go rook e8, and okay, it's not the most exciting.
Well, you never know though. They sometimes liven up, but if the bishops come off now, they are going to come off. Okay, knight g3, b6. It's not really any weaknesses, are there? Bishop b5. Oh, he's going for a pawn weakness, but knight b4. Stanley's having none of it. Okay, so Stanley's now threatening to take on a2.
a3, a6. Is that what's going to be played? I don't know.
Could well be. Yeah.
Because a3, knight d5, and bishop c4, and then white's got quite a clear edge. It's going to make a horrific structure for black and bring a rook down into d7. So I'm guessing here a3, a6 is the plan. Because
yeah. Oh, so sorry, you were saying if knight drops back to d5.
knight does a d5, bishop c4 just feels, I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, the knight still has to move again. You could maybe go knight f4.
Yeah, but then you would
take
take, and if you play knight takes rook d7, it's
I
really
agree.
supportive.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe knight d5, bishop c4, then rook f or rook a to d8. Try and hold on, but I think you are happy to swap the bishop for the knight. I don't know, theme wise, in an ending like this, where there's no like strong diagonals, it's more for the rook's game. I think the knight's better than the bishop just about here. I don't know, maybe. I think he's got to play. I mean, he's got to play a3 anyway. I think it just feels feels like a3 plays itself. So maybe Peter's gone for him. He's used a lot of time, whereas Stanley's been Speedy Gonzalez.
Oh
wow, okay.
He didn't play a3. There you go.
I don't know what I'm talking about. There we go.
There you go. Okay, so he's probably going to then. I just wonder actually if the king comes out. Do you think
maybe he's going to go knight f4 no matter what? Yeah. And if you take, then b3 kind of well, obviously if they take with the knight, then you play king across and you're attacking the bishop.
Yeah.
It feels, I don't know. Feels
Interesting move. Okay. Well, maybe Peter's just thought, well, I don't want to just kind of get into something really drawish. If both players are maybe playing for the win in this one.
I probably prefer white here, just about. But yeah.
Yeah, but there's a risk of you losing on the pawn on a2 for white.
Yeah.
Because is it crazy, right, to go out to h6? Is that possible or not really? It might be a bit crazy.
Knight f4. It feels like we're
Still the same. Yeah, but
you're fine to give the a2 pawn up if you can get a rook to d7. You're going to probably get the pawn back if you get that bishop off. So it just feels like it's not a poison pawn, but it's what you've got a lot of play for it.
All right. Say we go. I don't know. I'm going to reserving judgment on where to put the king. Say we even do the king. We can do the king back. Say. Oh, I better not play it on the board. But there, and they go there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we could maybe go there, right? And then we're hitting on there, but we're still attacking that one.
Yeah. Could go for an Russell Granite inspired G4.
I want to see a Russell Granite inspired G4 on the board. Yeah. No, that's quite good because if you take it, then you've got Rook G1, and this pin is going to be horrific. So he's gone to H8, but he's probably bearing that in mind and not wanting any pin.
And now obviously Black's threatening.
For bottom board. Stanley improving rapidly. Peter underrated. Yes, I mean I agree. These are both. I think both very strong players. It's not bottom board though. We've got some more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so
Bishop G4 is a threat now as well.
Bishop G. Oh.
Yeah. So there's a threat there. Yeah. So I think you have to play. Knight f4 still here. No.
Yeah. Okay. So if white goes knight f, I'm going to get rid of some of those arrows. Knight f4. Okay. Yeah.
Knight
so
f4.
You can't really, we think, take bishop takes a2 because we're going to
b3. Yeah, b3.
If we're Stanley. But Stanley could try. I was just thinking he could try this one. And then I suppose so is this winning a pawn?
Can you not maybe go?
You could go c3, couldn't you? And then if
c3 knight takes a2 feels, I don't know.
Oh yes, you're right.
The bishop
c3. Yeah, the bishop just then cuts right through there. So even though you could king there and the knight's trapped.
Maybe the king.
How that is. Yeah.
Maybe the king goes on a walk though. So bishop there, c3, knight takes a2, which looks crazy. King d2. So
I'm going to have to put these on the board, but everyone remember this hasn't actually been played.
Yeah, so this king d2.
Yeah.
Which looks objectively crazy, but I don't know how I'm going to defend that knight in the long run.
Knight's trapped, so we're giving away this thing. Yeah,
so I think that might be the answer to.
We can kind of check because if we manage to swap off all the rooks, we'd be okay for black because then even though our knight's trapped, we'd probably get out.
I'm just going to go into e3 with my king, super king type thing, and
super king on the way. Yeah.
Because I want, there's nothing, there's no way of defending this knight. I'm going to go bishop c4 in most cases, or in some cases I can even swing around with a rook, but I'm probably just going to win it with a bishop, so it loses the knight probably.
So black's overplayed his hand if he goes into this, but crowd needn't be alarmed because black hasn't actually played these moves. Black has actually played that at, and that's where they're at. All right. So this is, and yeah, as you say, Oxidized Lizard, a very strong lineup. But we do have more. So shall we see Stephen Coles against John Hodgson? I'm sure I played John Hodgson in the early 1990s.
I've played John as well, yeah.
Yeah. Because I just write, then whenever I play John Hodgson, I just write J Hodgson on my score sheet. And people don't know whether I've been playing John Hodgson or Grandmaster Julian Hodgson. Could be either. Trompowsky. Funny, I just mentioned Julian Hodgson. He was the master of the Trompowsky.
He had that famous, but I mean, I've got it signed somewhere. That was that like red and yellow book on the Trompowsky, which was quite famous. And did he not? Was it Julian Hodgson that had? Someone had a very famous game against Alexei Shirov in Gibraltar.
Okay.
In a Trompowsky. I can't remember when, but I just remember that I don't know if it was Julian Hodgson or someone in Gibraltar. This is about 15 years ago now. There was something to do with Shirov or what? Someone had written a line on it, and then someone it might have been Peter Wells. I'm not sure. Someone who's good at the Trompowsky, because Peter Wells is quite good at the Trompowsky as well. Went and played Shirov, and it was a very good game. I think it was an upset. I think someone had written something. Maybe Peter had written something on it, or someone like that had written something, and it was played against Shirov. I might be talking absolute rubbish, and my memory's terrible. But
Chess Lover, thank you, Chess Lover. You can post a link to the game. Thank you. Brilliant. There you go, Ben. Your memory serves you well.
Yeah, so I just remember that game being a big thing because it was Peter had been writing about it, and then it came up.
Wow. Cool. Thank you, Chess Lover.
Thank you. Yeah, it was more than 15 years ago. There we go, 2006. That's crazy. Yeah, it was a very short game. That's why I can remember it. Probably.
13 moves.
Yeah.
I can't click on it and then put it on here just because I'm working on two machines. But yeah, cool. I'll work out a way. Maybe when we have our break, I'll transfer it over. Okay, and so c5. So there's lots of different ways to meet the trump. So you can move the knight again to e4. You can go d5. You can go e6. Various things. c5 is quite a counter-attacking way. You don't mind then giving up these pawns, and so Stephen Coles takes here, and so Black's got this kind of slightly compromised pawn structure, but does have the bishop pair in compensation for it. It can be quite an uncomfortable position to play for Black. White's doing this move to kind of restrain Black's center here. So yeah, Black's got to work out how to get these two bishops developed. Queen b6, he counterattacks straight away against the pawn on b2. So White just defends here. And then we've got John Hodgson playing f5, which stops White getting e4 in straight away. e3, bishop g7. Again, having a look at that pawn on b2. So White plays c3, just blocking that diagonal. And Black plays d6. 92, 97 here, and the knight's coming round. So it's still really the same, I suppose, that
I think this is a fairy line. It just looks, I've seen this of, this sort of structure. Now, Black's got space for his pieces, but he's also got a terrible sort of pawn structure on the king side.
Yeah, so Black might end up going around to the queen side and considering that the safer bet. So Black breaks open in the center here with e5. And the idea is if white takes on pass on, then black's trying to kind of iron out the pawn structure, go to the double pawns. I mean, otherwise the knight has to drop back, but actually white chose to take like this. And we've got the famous, this is the bathtub shape, isn't it, of pawns, like that. Bishop g2. So still black has to be careful about where to put the king. Castle here. And black's trying to just open up this position and make the bishops good. And so the good side about it is it makes the bishop stronger, and the downside is that the king can be a little bit weaker. We've opened up so this bishop's quite strong.
Yeah, it looks okay for black, I think. You know, it just feels the queen on c1. You kind of want. We'll see how it goes in a few minutes. You want to get your knight to d2 and get it somewhere so you can maybe get to c4 and then move your queen. I don't know. It just feels a bit passive for white.
Yeah, this if white can get those in, this that'd be quite a nice square for that white knight, wouldn't it? So do you liking it for black?
Quite like black here.
Yeah.
I just maybe the double bishops giving me delusions.
Exactly. Yeah. If black goes queen side, then f4 can become quite.
Yeah, it just looks good, doesn't it? Looks like you've got all the players black, and there's not much attack,
Black does go queen side, so I think having got that king a bit safer now, I'd start feeling more happy as black, and because the white king hasn't got that much defenses really. Just the bishop. Yeah, white's got to get this knight out and get going, which he does straight away. Knight d2, king b8, and knight into c4, like we were thinking. So black's
maybe. Yeah, I'd maybe think. I've thought about knight f3 there.
Yeah.
I was to say if I can, maybe then they play bishop f6, and then I'm kind of.
Because otherwise you might lump it in.
Yeah.
There.
In there, yeah.
Because that's
pretty
that'd
strong,
be right, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Or even swapping off on e6, knight e6, and getting into opposite bishops and trying to grovel a draw. Because I do think that black's got a better position. Yeah.
There is some holes though in black's position.
Yeah. It's not completely winning for black, but it's just I would much prefer.
Yeah, I feel like this, like if black can get this going down the king side, that might be quite scary for white. I feel.
We've got a question of how the match is going from Tim Wall in the chat.
Tim, hello. How are you? I hope you're well. Right, so the match
we've had a draw in the match, I believe.
I'm not going to share my screen right now just because I'll have to.
As I'm cheering for Middlesex,
0-0. It looks like when I've just refreshed my page. Or which board was a draw?
Live chess is showing Brooks Mackenzie as a draw, which as I'm supporting Middlesex, I'm quite happy.
We kind of thought about that one, didn't we?
Well, I thought you had the big edge. That was the one where they were two. I was saying that Colin looked 2 or 3 moves behind. So yeah.
That's interesting, isn't it? Brooks Mackenzie. So we had it. I mean, we must have got pretty much. We got pretty much up to c5 had been played, hadn't it? This is where we got to queen d1. We actually, So here, it didn't go on much longer. Here, I mean, it's not a forced draw at this stage, is it? So they could have played. But yeah, fair enough.
I like black there. I mean, you can think about queen b6.
Queen b6 is what I was about to say too.
Yeah, you can, and queen b6, you're kind of not threatening, but you're going to play e5 next move, potentially. Like, just feels good for black. So I'm quite happy to get half a point for Middlesex there. Being honest.
Yeah. So Tim's cheering for the Northern Winds. So now, which team's Northern Winds? So we've got Surrey, Middlesex, and Norfolk, Cambridge are all quite southern this year. Because last year, the North. There was a big North v South match that I remember commentating on.
Quite exciting for us is on the Stanley versus Peter board a few boards ago.
Yeah.
Or they have played the Bishop F5 move.
They've played our line. They've played our line.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw knight h5 check, king h8, and then he did go knight f4 and bishop f5. Okay, this is what we were looking at just a few moments ago. And so we were looking at some crazy line with c3 and knight takes a2, which is probably going a little bit too far, isn't it? Maybe it'd be wiser just to drop back if they do c3. But yes, okay, let's see. We'll see how that one develops. Alrighty, now where were we at? We were still on Steve Coles and John Hodgson, and we were almost So we were seeing which side we liked, and we weren't quite sure, to be fair. You like black, definitely, I think, and I was
impartial,
but I can see what you mean about a kingside attack developing at a later stage. So white's sort of thinking that he needs to get some action going on the against the black king as well, which I guess you have to really do. If you've castled opposite sides, you have to make sure you're attacking too. Hello, Wilsonia. Alekines with knight c3, d5. It actually wasn't exactly an Alekines, but it was that sort of thing. It was didn't this one start off with? Oh, trump. This was a trump. Coles Hodgson looks like a trump. It is indeed a trump. Well spotted, Tim. Okay, and so this is where we're at with this game. Okay, and then we haven't yet seen Peter Hassan against Frankie Badaccioni. So Frankie, another junior player who's improving very, very quickly. So c4, e5, knight c3, knight f6. Come out. Bishop b4, e3, d6. Bishop b2. Have you played this for either colour, Ben?
Nope.
No,
not my cup of tea, this sort of stuff, but looks like you well, I don't know, it feels like you have to take on, like, otherwise your bishop, on b4 looks a bit kind of stranded, but I don't know. It might transpose into like Roy Lopez type structure, but instead of having the pawns pushed forward, your bishop's already behind the pawns. So this feels weird, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a Morocco type bind.
Yeah, and so yes, I agree with Tim's thinking white will aim for f4 at some point, which I think is true. So we're expecting a kind of bishop takes c3, but we don't have that yet. We've got actually Frankie's doing it different. So Frankie didn't take on c3 and actually dropped back to c5.
It looks like a reverse. Like, does that make sense? Like a Roy Lopez reverse, or am I like?
Yeah, no.
With b4, bishop b6, knight a4. It looks like
yeah.
kind of
So we might get
chess.
this kind of thing coming in a moment. In fact, we do. We get it straight away here.
Yeah.
Bishop b6, knight a4.
Like, if you imagine those I don't play the Roy Lopez, but like those positions. When I look at this, if I flipped the board and changed the colors, it would it looks like a standard Roy Lopez type structure ish.
I guess I'm just thinking, right? If white can swap off the bishop for knight in any case, then maybe black taking on c3. You'd kind of think black would prefer to take on c3 and say here, right? That kind of position. I suppose there's pluses and minuses because here white can get a big center, right, with like d4 at some point, and get the open b file. But I'm thinking just in terms of here, then you can still get the bishop pair off. And this time it would be black having the double pawns, although then black gets the open a file. So maybe I'd have preferred bishop c3, but I guess both are kind of valid ways of doing it. Cross between a reversed closed Roy Lopez and a reversed Sicilian Rossolimo. Here we go. Okay, so we might see actually. So one black bishop's come off, and I'm thinking we might see the other one come off as well. Bishop e3, knight h7. Oh, and now black's going for f5. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. So white avoiding tactics. d4. Okay, so we do get this kind of quite big pawn center for white. Knight g5 from Frankie. Takes. What do you think of this now? We might get... I was just thinking of a bishop here and swapping off, but actually probably white wants to just keep the two bishops. Now they've got them.
Yeah, but the only way you really keep them is d5, and I don't know if you want to do d5.
Yeah.
Feels like.
Yeah, if you go d5,
Knight e7.
and just knight e7, and actually this knight could later come around.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few.
The trouble with knight e7 though is you got bishop g5.
Oh yeah, okay.
So you can't.
Maybe d5 then, because that's what I want.
d5. Yeah, knight e7 lose the pawn. Who are England's most talented junior players? Badana. I'm going to have to say Badana. Badana, the world champion, is extremely talented. I mean, actually, though, I named just but there's a stack of really talented England.
Yeah, Shiraz is pretty decent himself.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And he's not English, but he goes to school here in my team. Rajat Makar's pretty tasty and a good player. He's just worth about 2,500.
Oh, I saw he played at St Albans. He was on top board against Richard Purt and against. Oh, sorry, my memory's terrible. But the other player that won the event. Yeah, no, he's very good.
Yeah, I mean, he balances his school with chess pretty well. I saw him play at the European Club Cup, Rajat, and he outplayed everyone he played. He got an IM norm. He's now an IM, but he should have really got a GM norm. He could have got 7 out of 7 in the game. He ended up with 4.5 against like 2,500 average. Had just missed a GM norm, but he was. Yeah, I saw that Hampton School won the school chess championships yesterday in Nottingham. That was, but yeah, Rajat and Amit are probably my two, and Harry Grieve. They're my 3 super talented players. I think all 3 of them are not GMs, but and obviously Amit's not a junior. He's in his mid-30s, late to mid-30s. But I think all of them are GM elects, because how Amit's not a GM, I don't know. He's done the hard bit. The rating is the hard bit in these deflationary sort of environment.
Yeah, true.
So d5, I think. Okay,
I don't know if that's played or not, because I put that on the board, so that might not be played. But if you do d5, we're just thinking what to do actually about this knight, because you can't really go to e7, so you're going to have to drop it back. What, to b8 perhaps?
Yeah, maybe b8. Then you go queen d. Maybe queen d2 with a tempo. Bring a rook to rook.
Well, you don't want to sack a pawn. I don't think you probably do. Sorry, Ben. What were you saying?
Yeah, queen d2 here.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, rook c1, c5.
Yeah. But this looks quite nice for white. And
It looks like a good king,
yeah.
like with the King's Indian break that you get, but you've got
Yeah.
the black's got far less play on the king's side than you would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
agree.
so d5 does look like a nice move for white. I don't think it's been actually played. That was just me. Okay, so these are 16 board matches. So board 15 matches against Robin. And no, wait a minute. Which one's which? I think Robin is Surrey and Matches is Middlesex. Yeah. Okay. So we have e4, e5, knight of3, knight c6. There you go. Now we've got an actual Roy Lopez. Not even reversed. a6 and takes this time. Takes. Castles. g4. Ooh, this is going to be exciting. h3 and Robin
Doesn't mess about with these
no,
positions. He's a
no,
real hacker. He
no
really
mess.
is.
This is I've played Robin before. You're absolutely right. He is a hacker. We don't mean that in a bad way. He just likes attacking.
Yeah, hackers are good. Is a term of endearment, especially in
Yes,
my team.
yes. It doesn't mean anything bad.
Um,
Yeah. Okay. So he's gone h5. So, yeah, and this is only move 6. You know, Black's already left a piece on freezing and going for checkmate in an obvious way. Okay. So d3, queen in. This is what we like to see. Knight bd2. Oh gosh.
he goes, it's just not letting up. He's like,
Okay.
White doesn't really want to play this horrifically.
Okay. White. Just no panic. No panic. Just keep counterattack against this pawn. And actually, if White can,
It's all a ruse, Natasha. He's now going
yeah,
to swap off into a thematic
it's just
ending where he's got a slight edge as Black.
yeah.
So yeah, it's going to
Okay,
take
the
on
request for
F3.
Susan Lalich against Rick McMichael. We'll do that. We'll get to the end. We'll do the 16 boards and then have a pop in on that one. Okay, bishop takes f3, queen takes. Oh, they are actually just.
Look at this. It's all in the plan. It's the master plan, the master positional plan of Robin there. That's awesome.
6, bishop e3, and castle's long. And
I quite like Black, I must admit. I think
he's got away with it, has Robin?
it's not too bad.
Highly aggressive opening. Rook fd1, knight e7, and d4. Opening up the center.
Yeah, you could have blocked it with c5 there, technically, and made it very difficult. But
yeah.
Because the knight can't get to. Yeah, I'd have probably.
The knight could get to d5, but then you've still got another pawn.
I don't like this as much as c5. If I'd have held the tension, get them to play c3, and then bring my knight into g6, and that's I probably have that was all right. I thought for Black, but it's less attractive for Black now.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Because you kind of feel like White's pieces are more active, and there's like possibilities in this position. But then you still have to remember White's got these like double def pawns and a bit of a compromised structure there. So bishop g7. Okay, and White's bringing this knight round, maybe looking at that f5 square. 6.
Now he wants to play c5, but he has to waste moves to get it in. And even then, it's not gonna. Yeah, if you play it, you can play it still here, but he's gonna go back to c3.
Yeah, now he's got a nice square c3 sort of behind his pawn now to drop back to. So c5 here.
I'm not sure.
b3. Okay. Because I do now think at some point this here, this is going to be a nice square for white's
Yeah, you
knight.
probably have to play c6 here, maybe at some point.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like pushing the pawns like this because that c5 pawn
Mm.
is now pretty vulnerable here at some point.
Yeah, yeah, because maybe you don't put the knight in there, but you actually put the rook in there at some point. Or bring the bishop round. Especially if they go c6, right? Because then you might later have come around this way even. Yeah. So I think Robin's aggressive opening has worked out okay.
It's done okay,
Um,
but I think White
but
wouldn't be
it could be,
too
yeah,
unhappy. I think
yeah,
once he swapped off, he was like, "Oh, maybe I've given away the edge." And now I think White's not too unhappy either. I
this
think
bishop's better than this one, isn't it?
should we look at the bottom board and then get back
Let's
to
do that and then get
Susan's
back to
apparently
Susan. Let's do
exciting
it.
game?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Dan Rosen against Nigel Fleming. So Dan Rosen has a man of very many puns. He likes his puns. Now we do have an Alekines. Okay, let's see it. So knight d5, d4, d6, c4, knight b6, f4, the 4 pawns variation. Takes, and knight c6. So this is the main line. Black has this alternative with c5 that
Yeah.
people sometimes play, but I tried it a few times, but I don't really like it myself. Is there Kent, Lukasz? No, there isn't Kent in this one because Kent must have got knocked out, I guess, an earlier stage. So this is the finals, and we're looking at the moment at the Surrey Middlesex boards, but we're also going to be looking at Norfolk and Cambridge in a bit. And the Essex Warwickshire, that one didn't happen in the end. That was a default, and so Essex have won that one. So knight c6. This is one of the main moves. Bishop e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6. I've played this many times. So yeah, knight bishop e2. We've lost Ben for a moment, but that's
No,
okay.
I'm
No,
still here. I'm just adjusting my seat. So I've been
your
standing up for 2 hours. So I thought I'd sit down.
yes. We'll do a break in it. We said it at 3, didn't we? So yeah, when we've done this one, we'll do a quick break. Bishop e2 and bishop b4. So the idea of this quite often, I can see it doesn't happen in this game, but quite often Black will do this kind of bishop b4, queen d7 or queen e7, and then castle long is often a way of doing it for Black. But we'll see in this game he's castling short. But Black will sometimes try and break against the centre with this kind of idea.
I got taught the 4 pawns by David Howe.
Oh, that's
That's
a good
my
teacher.
yeah, I tend to be taught in the bar by people like how to play certain openings, and he taught me because there's quite a lot of like if you play knight f3, there's a
Yeah,
few lines where they go bishop g4 and you end up
yeah,
taking
yeah,
and you play
yeah.
your king to f2, and it's quite
We
fascinating.
can show this. We know these lines. So we go. So knight f3, bishop
Yeah,
g4. Okay, here. What?
yeah, here, and
Take.
if they take, obviously if you play with the bishop takes, you lose c4, so you have to take,
Yeah,
you have to take
you take with the pawn, but
pawn,
then
and
we
then
get queen
they've
here
got check, and then yeah,
and queen in, and then
yeah.
they go. Then you get these kind of. I think queen c1 or queen. I think queen c1 they often do, or queen d2. But then they might do.
They can sometimes in this position, I think they can take and castle long. So a lot of
Right,
the times, if you before you swap off, you end up playing like c5, and I
c5,
think
yeah,
um, testing my
d7.
memory here,
Yeah, yeah,
then you can consider swapping off here. I think is because you've got quite a good because you can quickly whip your king to c2. So like queen
so
d2
here,
take yeah
but you
for a
could go
minute.
back, but
You can
let's
go back. Yeah, you can go back as
take
well. But yeah,
takes
the
castle long,
castle long, so loads of threats with
threatening these
c5.
kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
so you have to
But,
immediately move the king. Yeah, this is
okay,
the weird one because I've had a game where someone played like knight b4, king b3, and then knight back to d5, and you end up with your king on b3. It looks really weird, but it's not
interesting.
too bad.
Yeah,
It's a weird one that one. The
yeah,
sort of it's one of the main lines.
yeah.
Um,
Cool. Question in the chat: how to apply to play for Kent?
Well, you can get a list of all the captains on the ECF website, I'm pretty sure,
Mm.
the majority of the captains. So find out who your local captain is and email them.
Mm.
It's my
And yeah, they're usually looking out for players as well. They like to have a good squad of because they're quite big matches actually, 16 board matches, and then you have sometimes more than one team as well for the county. So so they'll be very pleased to hear from you, Lukash. Okie doke. All right, so we've done our 16 boards. Do you want to? Should we quickly pop in on Susan and then have a break?
yeah. Let's pop in Susan's game, see what's going on there, and then we'll have a break, and then maybe look at the minor
as
counties.
well, because we
Yeah.
haven't looked at that at all yet. Okay, so this. Oh my goodness. So where did we leave it? We had this queen coming in.
No, well, a lot, a
We
long
definitely had
time.
queen. We definitely had here.
Yeah, we
Takes.
had here takes, and I think we almost
Queen
we
D7
left.
we had, yeah, and this
Yeah,
is
we
where
left
we left
it.
it. This is where we
Yeah,
left it. So rook D1. And
we've had a few spoilers from the position. There's a lot going on.
there is. And I think Susan, she also plays. I'm looking at that pawn structure with those pawns because she also, I think she also does C3 Sicilian sometimes as well, and you get sometimes this kind of stuff as well. So bishop B5, D5. Oh, that's already very exciting, isn't it? What's this about? So if you take on C4, well, Rick does take on C4, so takes here.
Oh wow!
Can't you just? Can you play queen takes?
No, rook checkmate at the
Oh,
back. Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, so you can't do this because of that. Of course. Very good, very good, very good.
Yeah, it's
Um,
we're in a
oh,
bit
so
of we're in a bit of trouble. Susan looks to be doing quite well, I would say.
because there's nothing really, you could drop the queen. No, you can't do that. You can't drop the queen back to C8 because then there's queen, the other checkmate.
Yeah,
This one, so you can't do that. So this just wins the queen, does it? But remember, black's given up a
piece. White's coming off a piece.
white's given off a piece.
I'm guessing bishop comes back.
And you're going to get the rook back. So it's going to be kind of not quite a fair trade, but it's not like just losing a queen either.
No,
But it's good for white. It's got to be good for white. Defend this pawn.
the pieces are not bad for black though. If you like, because you've got the opposite bishop. If you had to choose, that bishop on e6, the knight where it is, and the pawn, it's sort of you can but the problem is I'd probably be tempted by f4 f5, like trying to break down here.
I think so, yeah
because you can't really play g6 because then you just allow all the dark squares.
Yes, it's opposite bishops, isn't it, amongst all the other material imbalance. Interesting. So black. We've got this f4 as well, like you say. So black's kind of developing still, but this will lead to both sides attacking. So this is going to get ferocious. Bishop takes a2.
I love the just to take the pawn.
It's very nonchalant. Take the pawn. Don't worry. Don't worry. Well, I mean, if Rick survives this middle game, then there's chances, isn't there? With
feels like a big if.
it does feel like a big if. Okay, and does she go f5?
Yeah, she goes rook f3, rook e3,
Right.
swinging, trying to swing it to
swing, rook lift, swing across, rook fe8, queen g4, hitting that knight. If the bishop drops back to e6, you go f5, and then very happy for white. So knight f8, still f5. That's an interesting way to defend. Bishop back that way. Bishop to b1.
What's wrong with bishop f6?
Bishop f6 is a threat. Yeah, because you can't.
But the knight's gonna if you get rid of the pawn on f5, the knight can come to e6 to stop the queen h6 mate. So could become quite an annoying game. You know, when you're sat there with your Susan
Mm.
and you feel like you should
I
really
feel like
be
you should
have
be
put this
winning.
to bed almost.
Once G6 comes in, you feel like you could switch as well. You could switch to the H file as well as trying to mate on G7, couldn't you? Knight F8, F5, Bishop B1, Bishop F6. So threatening a mate in one. So
I think
G6 to defend.
I think White's gonna win this. It feels like, you know, like it just feels like because you're gonna get stuff down the H file soon.
Yeah.
It just feels like you might even be able to. There's gonna be queen sack options with the like really attractive queen
Mm.
sack options potentially.
Mm. Yes,
Um,
because this knight is defending this pawn, but it can't defend that pawn and that square. That's impossible.
yeah, so
So
it just feels like you maybe get she's gonna go rook g3, queen to
rook
g5,
g3
queen.
to so this is very cleverly defending this. So
Yeah,
if bishop tries to take here, that rook moves defends because the pawn's now pinned.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think
So,
Susan
so
might
there's,
have
so
a
there's a
fourth
sort of
win.
plan, also, or actually probably that way, but there's a sort of little
Yeah,
plan like that, which
feels like a forced win.
I
I
don't
can't
even
see
know how you could
then.
you even. I suppose you stop it with h6. Do you stop it with h? Oh no, but well, no. Could you do h6? Maybe you have to. It's of course then it makes this pawn weaker.
Well, h6, queen h. Well, which way do I want to go? Can I go queen h5?
A queen h5. That's clever. Yeah,
I'm
you
not
can.
sure.
Yeah, why not? You can. Can't be taken, obviously, because
Maybe I don't know if I want it on h5 because in a way, if they go h6, I probably want to go queen h4 because if they then move their king to the h file, I want to be able to play bishop g5 type thing. So whereas I can't do it because I've then not got the pin anymore, so
yeah.
it just takes my queen, and that'll be embarrassing. Um, so yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm trying to be too smart.
No, but hang on, wait. Isn't there a tactic? Because if h6, queen h4, king h7, can't you take
Yeah,
here?
you can take. Yeah, you can.
Wait,
There's
and
lots
there,
of yeah.
and that's checkmate.
Oh yeah, maybe. So maybe my like old
It's
queen
mate, isn't
h5.
that mate?
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, queen h5 maybe. Then yeah. So
You still
h
can because that looks nicer.
yeah
Here, h6, but you can still do it. You can play queen takes. You've
yeah.
audience following. Shall I put it on the board? But then they'll think it's all. Is what so what we're talking h6, queen h5. This can't be taken because of the pin. So king h7 undoing the pin. Then you do this queen sacrifice here. King takes,
Yeah.
rook here. Now the king can't come out because the bishop's defending, can't come this way. So isn't that mate on the spot
Yeah,
already?
that's mate.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it's not the cutest queen sack on h6 that you've ever seen because obviously that's going to be
yeah.
hard to beat certain kayaking Carlson type stuff.
Yes, that
But
was
uh,
nice. This
but
pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So this position is looking really strong for white. Susan for Surrey. Alrighty. At that point, we'll leave this one on and we'll take 10-minute break, Ben?
we'll do a 10-minute break. That sounds good.
Okay, lovely. So we're going to disappear from the screen. I'll just leave the stream going, I think, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
See you then.
See you then. Hi, welcome back. I'll just let Ben in. Hello, Ben.
I've noticed that we've only got 5 games in the minor
We
counties.
do. We only have 5 that are on the live board, so we're going to have a look at those 5 now, and also have a check of the score. So it's Norfolk, Cambridgeshire, and I think it's still 0-0. So the match itself is 16 boards, but only 5 are on live boards. The Tom Rendell, hi, how are you? To see the live games, we're looking on Lead Chess. You can also see them on the kind of ECF live boards. And there is a link from the ECF website. There's a page called County Championships. If anyone's able to post that in the chat, I actually can't from where I am on my setup, but there's kind of a link where you can follow all the live games. But if you also look in Lead Chess and watch and events, you'll see it actually really soon. It was right in the top of the list. So we're going to look at the 5 games right now in the minor championships. Before the break, we were looking at Surrey Middlesex. There's just been one decisive game there so far, which was Phil Brooks' draw and against Steve Coles, I think it was. And I think there was some games that were still, we thought we quite liked Susan Laletcher's position in that we thought it was completely winning. But that's the only finished result. Thank you so much, Tom, for posting that. Okay, let's now look at Norfolk against Cambridgeshire. So here we have Norfolk Stephen Orton playing white against Declan Shafi. And so e4, e5, knight of3, knight of c6, and another Roy Lopez for you, Ben.
I'm not a big fan of the Roy Lopez, so where's the Scotch players? Probably
Well, we haven't seen any Scotch played
no.
today, have we? I don't think we've seen a single one. One that looks like it could go into a Scotch if they played it slightly different, but
Yeah.
no, Roy Lopez here we have. And this one is a bit more mainline. The other one we saw was a bishop takes c6. Are we going to get the Berlin though? We wouldn't want that because we wouldn't. No, we don't know the theory, and it's very drawish. But no, here we go. b5, bishop b3, d6, c3, castles, e4, knight g4. Have you ever played either of these players?
I think I've played Steve Orton because I played up in Norfolk for quite a long time.
Okay.
I might have been in the same team as him for periods.
Yeah.
It was my student day, so my memory from those days is less impressive than even some of the other areas, which haven't been too impressive today. But like with so I don't think I've played Declan. We've got quite a strong link in my team to a lot of the Scottish players because we have quite a few already still in our team, and we've had quite a few go through our team. So often I think he's come up on the should we try and sign him from the Sharks perspective, but I don't think I've ever played him.
Oh, you certainly should. He's been having some awesome results. I've commentated on him before. Yeah, and Stephen, I think I played him several times, but I probably wouldn't remember exactly the tournaments, but maybe Bury St Edmunds or something like that. And I also know his daughter Louisa, who used to play a lot of chess, and now I think plays more violin. So I haven't seen her on the chess scene, but d5, knight a5. I'm not going to attempt to comment on the theory, except that this position is very theoretical. c6, h3, bishop c8, takes queen here. Okay, that's interesting. Playing queen c7, and then aiming to recapture with the queen. So white brings the knight out, and we see this plan where the knight gets redeployed to the king side and maybe looks at this kind of square to go to. So recaptures with the queen, knight f1, rook b8, knight g3, bishop e6. So black's maybe gonna get d5 in if the time is right, but the problem is that you've got this sorry, knight e5, so you can't just play d5. Knight e2. What's he trying to do with knight e2? Maybe go. Let's see. Rook fc8, bishop g5.
Starting to like black more and more. It just feels like that c4 square looks like, and then a b4 potentially. It's a big threat here now as well.
Yeah, because if black goes b4, you can't take it because of the pin. Well, I suppose you could take and then take on c2 and then take.
You might be able to play
a5.
bishop a4 quickly and then get rid of the pin and then something like that. But I don't know. It just black looks like he's probably got everything he wanted.
Making progress on the queen side, whereas the king side doesn't look like too much is happening. Okay, and b4 is played. Bishop a4 and queen takes on e4. Okay, so is that... See, that could look a little bit brave because you've got this rook lined up against the queen. But then again, it is a central pawn, and it's has white got any uncovered attacks? Because you could do that kind of thing, couldn't you? And then drop the bishop back and try and play against this pawn. Actually, we'll see. This is what he does. So knight f4. And Declan drops the queen back.
Feels like white's just losing or nearly or worse here. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like you've got play for the. You've given up a pawn. If anyone's got play, I know that pawn on e6, if he takes, is going to be weak. But is it weak? I mean, how can you hit it? I don't know. Maybe I've missed something here. It looks like black's going to quite comfortably win this.
I was looking at just here, taking with pawn. Thank you for the follow. Taking here, and then if you take on f4, then taking on a5 as well. Thanks, John Chess. And then I can put these moves on the board, like here, and if takes, then taking here. And maybe that's not too bad, because then you're probably going to be able to take this one as well.
Yeah, maybe. And you can knight d4 and put pressure on the bishop and be back to b3. Just allow d2 to fall, maybe.
Oh, actually, but he does the same thing, but just taking this one first. Here, and then takes. Knight c4. This looks dangerous for white, I would say, because you don't want him to take on.
Yeah, b2. This is looking. Maybe bishop b3. I don't know.
Yeah, bishop b3 with the idea that if they take on b2, you can kind of throw in this check.
Might not be that. I mean, yeah. Well, check and then just take on c8.
Maybe they don't take on b2. I'm sure that's kind of the
queen takes b4 or something like that. Is probably what's going to be played, isn't it? Like queen takes b4, then you've got a huge huge sort of b-file.
Yeah. Queen takes b4 maybe is what the more likely thing. Yeah, and the center for black now looks really good, doesn't it? And the queen side. Okay, so white didn't go. Bishop b3 went rook b1. Knight d5. Just offering the trade of bishops. And that's where they're at. So I think
I feel like I think I much prefer black here.
I think I'm liking it for black too.
It's looking good for not for Norfolk,
Cambridge.
for Cambridge. Yeah.
So you're cheering Norfolk, are you? Well, I'm happy to cheer Cambridge.
I think you're going to win 2-0 by the look. We've only seen one game, but
we've only seen one game. That's early days.
The other match is looking pretty, unfortunately, one-sided in favour of Surrey when we left Susan Lalich's.
Susan's game, but that's just one game. There's play left on in that match. All right, let's see the next one. So Agoston Mihalik against Gerald Moore. So this name, Agoston Mihalik, I think is a new name to me.
I've played him. Yeah, I played him in the British Rapid Play in I'm not going to say it, North Wales. It's like Ludnai or whatever it was called. Yeah, and I needed a draw in the end in the final round to win the tournament, and I got a draw against him. He's pretty strong though. He was about 2200.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's pretty decent. And but I've also played Gerald Moore.
I've played Gerald like many years ago. I think he's a regular.
Because I'm not very active now, so I'm quite because we've got very fortunate teams for me to have good exposure and experience against these people. Because I played Gerald Moore at the Bury St Edmunds tournament, I think.
Bury St Edmunds. I probably have as well. Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was, but it was. Oh no, it might have been the Yarmouth Open or something like that. It was an open it was a British qualifier. I played him, Dave Lemoine, and quite a few others in that tournament, and they're all playing on the top boards here.
So we've got another Sicilian. This time, Regan. E5 and knight g4. Okay, this is a bit like the one we were talking about earlier, isn't it? Takes and takes.
Nearly identical to the game, isn't it? I think this is identical. I think they've got the same opening.
So queen e2, bishop g7, h3, knight h6, g4 and castle.
So this is different now. Yeah. In the other game, they played knight e4, b6 or whatever it was, that kind of position, wasn't it?
Instead of g4. So here.
Yeah, I think he played knight e4, d3, wasn't it? Something like that.
This kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that was what we had in the other game.
Yes. Can you remember who played that? I don't.
It was quite high up on the boards. It was one of the boards earlier. I have to scurry back to Surrey and try and find out who it was. Okay. It was the Graham Buckley's game.
Graham Buckley board 2.
Yeah, with Graham Buckley's white. Yeah.
Oh, so this board 2 of the open is the same as board 2 of the minor.
Yeah, for 7 or 8.
I think they're in completely different locations. They're being played.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one's in Thetford, the other's somewhere towards London.
Okay. Fine, but okay. So Agoston didn't go for this knight e4 plan, but instead g4, which I suppose is a more direct kind of attacking type move. Black doesn't worry. Black just castles calmly. d3 and queen b6. Queen b6 That looks a bit funny to me. Just
Yeah, it looks like you castle probably, and then maybe look for knight a4 stuff.
Yeah. Knight d2. I have to say
Yeah.
I don't know any of the theory. It could be just completely mainline theory.
Doesn't Queen b6 doesn't feel like mainline theory to me
No.
at all.
Yeah.
If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if it's on the wrong square. It's supposed to be on c7 or something weird. It
Queen
doesn't.
c7 feels like what I'd do,
Yeah, but knight
but you never
d2
know
would
if
be.
there's like a bishop f4 or something that means you can't. I don't know.
Yeah, I think White's doing quite well here.
Yeah.
Now, I thought after the g4 stuff looked like Black can play that kind of f6 break and get everything open on the e file, but I don't know. I think Queen b6 is a bit of a funky one. I don't understand why you would put it there. Like, what does it do? Like,
Okay. Actually, he's moved it back again.
okay, here we go. The side, you know, you've done it's one of those moves.
Well, maybe he just thinks, well, now the bishop can't come out there. I'd probably prefer, f4, f6.
Yeah, f6 is sort of normal, isn't it, in these lines?
Knight f3.
So we've ended up sort of transposing potentially into.
Yeah.
That's not so bad, is it, for Black? It's not terrible.
F takes e5. F takes e5. Knight f7. Bishop f4. I'm thinking, is it threatening e6? Is at the moment the bishop's undefended, so it's not exactly. But Black goes knight d8, and I guess we'll be coming around here. I'm not sure where Black's going with this one though. That's often a tricky one.
Looks okay though, for Black.
Yeah, because if White goes long, then Black might be able to kind of. How far would you go with this pawn? Because in that other game we saw the pawn going to b6, but you might be able to go to b5.
Maybe bishop e6 and then bishop into d5 potentially.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, that could be quite strong at the moment, because the bishop's going to have to probably move from f4. So I'd put bishop like let's say they go to h2 to keep the pressure on the diagonal.
Yeah.
Then bishop e6 maybe.
Yeah, because once it gets to, although I suppose you could, once it gets to d5, you're attacking this one, but they maybe just take it.
Yeah. But then you're probably quite happy if you can get like e6 in, and then your knight can go to f7. You can just pile in on that poor pawn that's isolated. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not used to these sort of positions.
Cool. All right. And let's look at David A. Lemoire against Ashley Stewart. So Ashley, we played in the same 4NCL team.
Yeah, you played for Barbican together for many years.
Yes, that's right. Ooh, look at this. Look at this opening. B4. Was that the wing?
That's the wing gambit. I quite like David Miles, famous for being a bit like playing the Evans and other stuff. So he's really famous for this stuff, wing gambit and everything. So
cool. I want to see how this one goes, because someone was telling me about the wing gambit. I can't even remember who it was talking about the wing gambit recently to me and saying, try it out. It's quite fun.
I think it's better than the Evans gambit. The Evans gambit's a bit defunct, but the wing gambit, you're giving the edge away, giving a pawn away, but you do get quite razor sharp stuff in it, and a lot of the time they give the pawn back.
So it's a bit like the Benker, but you're white instead of black.
Yeah, a bit, I guess.
I guess you haven't moved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you haven't got any. You can play D6, and you haven't got that diagonal pressure that you usually have in, say, a
Mm,
Benko.
mm.
Um, yeah,
So knight c6. Okay, and then you just take here. Okay,
yeah.
c3. So David would have played this many times before then,
I'm
presumably.
pretty sure. Yeah, when I knew, he was always a fun player to watch and play in Norfolk. He's like hugely respected in Norfolk for being
Mm,
really dangerous
mm.
as a player.
So is
Um,
he as much of a hacker as Robin Haldane?
I don't know about that. I don't know who would win in that one. Probably not.
I want to see
Like,
them playing against each other. That would
yeah,
be
that would be
interesting.
probably be over as quick as that Shirov game we talked about earlier with 13 moves. Um, yeah, so this is quite normal. I think this is not too bad. This is quite a nice wing gambit.
Mm.
I wouldn't mind this as a wing gambit. Yeah, so
Well, now we've got this pawn structure again. You know, like the same one that Susan had in her game with these
mm,
3 pawns. So when you get that, you can often do these. Like sometimes sacks on h7 work with this kind of pawn structure. We'll see what black does with the king, but it looks like he's going king side. Yeah.
yeah, I
Okay.
wouldn't. I don't know. I just wouldn't have played e5. I would have just tried to keep the tension.
Oh, would
Yeah,
you? Yeah.
just tried.
So,
I'd have taken
yeah.
it off, and I'm probably again. I'm nowhere near as good at such gambits as say Dave Lamar, but I would have probably taken it and tried to keep the game open when you've sacked. Yeah, when you've sacked something like I don't know, knight a3. That's what I mean, I probably go for the terrible blitz type option, but like knight a3,
Oh, this one
threatening
out
maybe
and
knight
this
out and
one.
then bishop here, and then you've got knight b5 stuff
Yeah.
and d5. So I don't know.
Mm,
I think to myself, if I played the wing gambit, I'd give up a
mm.
pawn early. I don't want to end up in kind of a C3 Sicilian, but with a pawn down, like in a weird way. I want
Yeah.
to try and keep the tension a little bit. So I don't know. That's just
I
my
see what
opinion.
you mean, but I also, yeah, I wonder if I will develop some kind of attack here though. H4, he goes straight for
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
H5, no messing about. Knight H3, bishop G7, and knight A3. Knight H6.
But if you're black here, you've kind of got the block in the center that you haven't got like endless amount. It's not like a clear where's the play. You've obviously got a
Yeah.
spatial edge if you're white, and you've got a lot of space on the queen side with that rook. But I don't know. It's not too
Yeah.
bad.
I mean, black does have a
A
extra
pawn.
passed
Yeah,
A pawn. So
yeah,
I think passed A pawns are my favourite passed pawns.
you have a
Knights.
favorite pass pawn. I
Yeah.
don't know.
A.
H pawn, Harry the H pawn is always
Yeah.
yeah.
Castle. Okay. So now knight F4, knight F4. Okay. Bishop G4, F3, and knight E3. So is white lining up to go G4 as well at some point? Okay, right. What do you think of this? So black's the pawn up. White's got these knights coming in at the oh yeah, A6, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think this is as fast as you'd like. Like you just don't have something that barges through, so you're just going to end up.
What about G4, right? Say you
Yeah,
do G
G4's
just straight
the
away G4, right?
right.
I better not. Should I put it in the board?
Yeah, put it on the board. Well, yeah, I
Right, let's
think
put
so.
it
Yeah,
on G4.
yeah. Just take it off.
Takes, and you're gonna have to go bishop E4, yeah?
Yeah.
How is this? Can you do some crazy stuff? You got to be careful because that one goes with check if it goes. So
I guess you have to maybe play G. Well, no,
Oh, you're gonna just really
no,
go.
no.
All right, all right. So
Yeah, like okay, rook. Let's say rook h2. Then
yeah,
can I think about g5?
yeah. G5 for black.
Yeah,
G5. You can think about it. What about knight h5?
yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe maybe I've allowed you in there, but I'm not. I was one of these where I'm thinking about taking on e5 with stuff. I'm thinking about knight
Yeah,
takes e5 here.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
let's play knight takes e5. Go on, it's too
Yes,
exciting not to play.
yes, yeah. No, you should because there is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got the check to sort
yeah. Okay, so you better take back.
and then
Mm,
take quick bishop
take.
takes. Yeah,
Um, yeah.
it just I don't know. We've managed to make it even more
It's
complicated
really hard. Yeah.
because
Yeah, because I'm just thinking you can kind of take on here
yeah,
and then put your knight out the way. Say you did right. Say let's do here.
yeah,
Queen takes. But
yeah,
this could be all crazy stuff though, because there's so much happening. But
yeah.
let's say you do that.
Like,
No,
like,
because no, seriously, because this and
yeah.
this and
But what about okay, no, we haven't it's a shame we haven't got bishop g3 checks, the knight's defending it
no,
'cause,
you don't. You don't have all these checks. And that one, this knight's defending it, and
yeah.
that one, this knight.
I don't like this as much. Can we
This
go
is
back?
kind of crazy. I don't even know what's happening here, but it's a bit crazy. You want to go back to somewhere sensible? So,
um yeah,
oh,
so we said have they played
we were
g4?
saying G4. No, 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 they did something different. Um, yeah, and this is David Lemoir as well, right? From what I
Yeah.
know of him, which is nothing because I didn't know him before today. Then I would think he'd play G4, but he's doing Bishop D3 because I think what he's doing, his theory is to kind of exchange off that bishop that's outside the pawn chain. But G4 looks interesting to me.
Yeah, it just feels like if you don't get the barge through, then you're
Mm,
just a pawn down.
mm,
Like, you know, you've got the bishop outside, so you've kind of got a modern
yeah,
structure as black. If Tom's still watching, he'll be very impressed that I know a few opening names because usually it's
mm,
a joke in my chess team that I know nothing about openings. But in general, yeah, it's quite. I just prefer black here. I think Ashley's going to be doing fine. But
Well, let's see how it went. So Bishop D3. Oh, guess what? Ashley played your move.
oh yeah, the move that I was looking at a minute.
Knight takes E5,
Yeah, that looks pretty good here as well.
takes, and bishop takes. Okay, so this is
But knight e2, does
surely
that defend
interesting.
everything? Does that defend everything? No, knight e2 is not too bad. Yeah, because
Yeah,
he's threatening like the g3 and the c3, but the knight e2
yeah,
is where you just
depends on
almost
both.
he almost plays itself.
Yeah,
Um,
92. And
these players really want to give up pieces and pawns and stuff, don't
there
they?
would be 3 pawns for a piece, right? In that
Yeah,
situation.
yeah. I mean, Black's still got quite a cool position. Like
Mm,
White's not got a comfortable position now for the. He's kind of seized the initiative for the position, but a piece is better than 3 pawns if he can get his king safe and start to sort of rearrange stuff.
yeah, interesting. Okay, we'll see how that develops. Let's see Chris Davison against Ken McEwen. Another Sicilian. B5.
Yeah, Rosalimo again. Here we go.
Another Limo. Knight F6. When this one, it does go E5. We were talking about that earlier.
This is the opening of the day. This one. This is
Yes.
the most popular opening across the two big matches that are live. This is the third time we've seen it. So this is the sort of line that we discussed earlier.
Yes. And we were looking at C4, weren't we? But
Yeah,
here,
well, Yeah,
Because
that's not the.
C3, and maybe that's a
This
it's
is
a different
normal.
way of doing it. Yeah, A6, but at least this way, white's got a bit more space for that bishop to drop back. So bishop here, G6, and D4. So we're getting the same kind of pawn structure. Takes, bishop G7, castle, and knight C3. Knight B6, and bishop back to B3.
Usually you play because I played both sides of this position, and it's usually D6 is the move around now, and then you just sort of it's okay. This is not too bad. If you're black, you're not too bothered about this stuff, really.
It is again. It's a bit like a C3 Sicilian again.
Yeah, it ends up it's the isolated queen pawn type stuff. It's not too dissimilar to a pan off. Again, like a G6 pan off, bottoming in the Caro-Kann. So yeah, takes, queen takes.
94. Queen D8.
So now that pawn on D4 is not the best. That's the nicest way of putting it. No, you kind of got the Grimfeld because you want to have H3 in there if you're white here, because you don't.
Oh, right, because that's going to come in and get rid of one of the defenders.
Bishop G4 is going to be quite strong. You could put your knight on D5. Yeah, black's fine here. Like, if anything, I'm not saying black's better, but I would say that if I had to pick a color to play, I'd prefer to play black, for sure.
So he defends that pawn very wisely.
Yeah, see, you want to be careful of like some D5 stuff here, and putting pressure on B6. But I don't know. You could play knight. You could play knight D5 here, if you wanted to.
So if black did go ahead and play bishop G4, then maybe we get D5.
Maybe, yeah. But knight E5.
So he went knight A5.
Okay. Yeah.
Knight C5.
See, I don't like knight A5 at all. I would keep the 10. You've got your pieces where you want them. You've got the isolated pawn. You can still bring your bishop out to attack either knight or knight. I don't know. I would play at knight. I like knight. If you want to keep it simple, you could play knight D. I still like knight D5 here, because worst case, because if they go knight C5, which looks the strong square, you can play B6 and get your bishop on that strong diagonal, and you can just play E6 eventually, and maybe even take on E3. It just feels like black's got at least equality with knight D5. Whereas if you're playing your knight across, you're keeping it. You're going for that C4 square. It makes
trying to go in here, yeah.
I don't know. I don't like it as much.
Yeah. So knight C5, and then knight T5. He's gone. Yeah.
So now you've got kind of a translation version of what we could have had with just knight D5, but your knight's just on the outskirts here. So unless you're going to take on B3, why not have it putting pressure on the D4 pawn and just play B6? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think black played the best set of moves for this idea. But it's not ended up badly here, because if he's still got the C4 square for the knight, that's quite cute.
Yeah. Okay, rook C8. Yeah, he's looking at doing this.
Yeah, black's got an edge here. I much prefer black still. Yeah.
Yep. Bishop B3, so he goes back again, and now
B5. I would go here probably.
Okay, yes.
I'll probably keep it. I'll keep the tension. I definitely wouldn't take. I don't think I'd take on E3 unless there's bishop H6 does something. Just trying to work it out. Or maybe just keep the pressure. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what they played.
So they took, and bishop H6.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it
Yeah.
means. So they took an e4. That's what they did about that. 93.
Okay. Yeah.
And queen g4.
Blimey, we're getting.
It's exciting.
Yeah, it's getting quite
That
exciting.
was on freeze. This
Yeah,
one.
and you've got knight. Yeah, you've got the bishop on h6 is hitting c1, but I mean it's not a major issue. But
Oh yeah, because you could do throw in something like
trying to
that.
work out who's better here because it's like one of these things. If black can't win a material or get something, then white's going to have quite a nice position. But
Yeah,
that e4 pawn looks all sorts of trouble.
yeah.
And
Oh, so
there's
white
knight
came
takes.
in here and then takes. So
Oh,
this one got
okay.
taken.
Yeah, you're getting black's getting toward knight e5 there.
95. So
Yeah.
this is where they're at. But can you take on f3? If bishop takes f3,
Knight takes queen,
and then bishop takes queen.
and then bishop takes h6 check, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
check.
and maybe you've got, I don't know,
King g7 you'd have to play.
king f2, and you've got two pieces on free, I think, haven't you? I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what's better there. It just feel, I don't know. I think that's what white got. This is not too bad now. Queen's got queen maybe queen maybe have queen
Yeah.
f4. Then have you got g? No, you haven't. Have you got g3? You might have. Oh, you don't have g3 because of Oh no, maybe you do. Or it's all g3 bishop takes.
You still go bishop f3, don't you?
Yeah, bishop f3. Then that's slightly better. I don't know because you're not
Yeah.
attacking the knight, the bishop at the end of all that, so it's much better line than what we were looking at a second ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting one. This one.
It is. It's a very interesting one. Okay, queen f4 he's
Oh,
played.
they have played it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All
Can
right.
you be like really boring as white and just sort of go right?
You can try.
Rook takes e7,
Rook
and
takes e7.
you're threatening f7 then.
I'm threatening nothing.
Yeah. It feels like you shouldn't be allowed to play it, but why not?
Yeah, why not? Why not? You have to know why not.
Because black doesn't feel like I'm looking at like knight takes g2,
Yeah.
king takes g2, and you haven't got this cute little queen g4 check because the knight's still defending it on e5. So I don't think I think knight takes g2, you just take it. I don't think there's anything there. So I think maybe rook takes e7. I think white might be better here somehow.
Now you're making me want to find something for black. So and that's all very well, isn't it? Because I think black is my player. Chris Davison is.
Well, maybe.
So knight f5.
Well, how many pawns have we got? We've got 5 each if I take on e7. So maybe just knight d5. And you're threatening to sort of bring your queen into e3, and you're also stopping the bishop. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
So it's an interesting one.
It is.
As I said earlier, I bet there's people with the engine on going like, it's like -7 for one of the
Because
colours.
the other thing is, yeah, if you can. So knight is. What are we doing? What are we? So after rook e7, bishop f3. What are we doing for white? Recapturing with the knight.
Sorry, what's the question?
So
Rook takes.
I'm going to put. Should I put these moves in? But these
Yeah,
are on.
rook
Here
takes here.
takes.
No, I don't know if we can if we want queen. I think this queen takes there is okay. No,
Queen takes.
I think, and then if you swap off, I'm going to win f7 and I'm just winning.
Yeah.
So I think that's fine. My
You can do no, but can't you go?
or you're going to try and go
I was
for,
going to try and go queen h4 to sort of fork that and this.
or you could go. I mean, you could
Oh,
really
have
go.
you got queen h?
What about queen takes
No, hang on,
d4?
can't you win with this, do you? Oh, no, you don't, because they've got this.
Yeah. So go back though.
No,
Maybe there's
no, hang on, here, no, okay.
no,
Right,
nothing
sorry, go
there.
back. Oh, no, I've put all these moves on.
Yeah. Before so after instead of queen h4,
Yeah.
what about queen takes d4? Because you're threatening like you're
Queen
not
takes
threatening as many material, but you might be threatening some. I don't know. You're not really because you haven't got a back ranker, so it's probably yours is better than mine.
Queen
Uh,
h4,
yeah,
what's wrong
queen
with this?
h4. Yeah, queen h4 because
Oh,
you're also threatening mate as well
yeah,
on.
you're threatening mate on here.
Yeah,
But maybe they go here,
yeah. Maybe they go here,
and
but
then that might be a pain.
maybe
But you
like
can just move out the way,
yeah.
like there or there. No, there, precisely there.
I think this is winning now because I can't stop the mate and the rook. I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, I think. Well, yeah. So where did we get to? Because
Yeah,
that looks
sorry,
like.
this was a bit of a
Wait,
diversion. So queen f4 was played, and then I'm going to refresh the page because then they can hopefully tell us what moves are real and what are made up by us. So Chris Davison, yeah, okay, that's where it is. So he's having a think, and rightly so, right? This is the kind of position you want to make sure you really know what you're doing. Okay, let's see the next one. So Daniel is against Abigail Wissing.
final game on
The final game that we've got a live board for, but of course not the final game of the match.
Yeah.
Okay, so French defense. Okay, and this one's a bit more mainline. Knight CE2. I don't know if that is that mainline. That's C5, C3, Knight C6, F4, and B5. You a French player ever been?
No. I know quite a few. Tom in my team plays the French. I think Peter in my team used to play the French when he was younger.
Peter Roberson.
Yeah, and then some others have played the French, but not. I never really played it. Always struggle against it, and I play the Tarash against it. But
Castle and B4. Okay, so Abigail's launching a pawn break down the B file here and Knight A5. So it's kind of queenside play against kingside play. Takes, Knight C3, Knight C6, and
yeah, it looks okay for. I quite like white here because you kind of got the F5 for free. Yeah, I think they play it. Just can see on the annotation.
5 seconds. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you kind of get a free push. Does that make sense? Like often you don't get to push that for free.
Yeah. So she was going to come in here and prevent it, but White's got it in before she does.
And yeah.
But she still does.
Ooh.
Takes.
I'd have even thought about F6 there, maybe. Let's have a look at it.
Instead of taking.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this...
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably I would take on E6 in the end because you've got Knight G5 and it brings in the bishop onto the D5 and yeah, this looks good. White looks in quite control here. Knight G5. Yeah, he played Knight G5 as well. That's good. That's good. I probably wouldn't have taken straight away. I would have maybe kept it on. Well, maybe they got it. Maybe they're worried about.
This stops black castling, doesn't it? As it
Yeah.
is.
Well, yeah. Let's play. Okay, knight takes e6. Knight takes e6.
92.
It's quite cool. Yeah, I quite like that move as well. Because that bishop, you got queen a4 stuff, knight f4 stuff. It's okay.
Okay, so what could black do here?
Like castle. Like you have to castle somewhere here, and I think king side's the only way. So probably try and get away with castling, but I'm not sure. It feels like you might end up losing. Like knight f4 is pretty strong.
Yeah. So if you wanted to stop knight f4, you might do that one.
Yeah.
But then it comes in.
You're not that worried though, because
you can then castle, right? Can't you?
Yeah. Maybe that knight g6. That's a good move.
Yeah, and then if the knight comes into f4, you could just take it off if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay, some exciting games there. All right. Do you want to revisit? Should we just go back into board one just to see how it is? Ooh. Ah, trick, little trick. Did you see that? If takes, you're going to get knight f3, knight h3.
Oh, that is quite cute.
That is quite cute. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So black's going to be a pawn up. No. Piece up. Black's a piece up.
I think that might be in trouble. Black might be in trouble here. Sorry, Black might already have been winning here. Yeah, White's in total trouble.
Winning.
Yeah, it's not looking good for.
So should we just see how that happened? So that was. So we had. How did we have it? So here, I'll just start from here. We had these knights in, didn't we? Takes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh, this is it. Oh, queen takes g5. Nice. Nice.
Easy game to have as black.
So wait a minute, g3. Oh, if queen takes g5 now, they're going to take on f4.
Okay.
But it actually went h5. This is clever. That's really nice. That's a nice move by Declan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because if the queen drops back, then you take on g5, and there's a pin.
Yeah.
That's a nice move.
It is, and it's a game-winning move. So
yeah,
that's that. Apparently, we've had lots of clear results in the main final.
Okay, let's hop back to the main final.
So we've had apparently, let's have a look. According to the website, we've had clear results on board 3 and 4. Board 4, Susan Lalich's, and we've also had a clear result on board 13. And we already talked about the draw on Brooks Mackenzie, but we've had 3 clear results.
Yes. All right. Let's see the end of that. We think we know what happened here. So we left it.
Quite a few moves before.
Okay.
Yeah.
We had bishop f6. We had g6. Rook g3 we had. And this was it, wasn't it?
We got.
Okay.
So I think he's calculated that what we saw was.
Maneuver. Oh, and this fork again. So that's clever. You can go rook e1 here. Check. And that's isn't that nasty?
Checkmating the knight, and like a zugzwang knight.
Yeah. Okay. Well done, Susan. So that's win for Surrey.
Win for Surrey.
But this one is a win for Middlesex.
Come on, Middlesex. There we go. The underdogs.
Okay. And so let's see. Do you remember where we?
Oh, blimey.
We went up as far as
That looks quite good for white, sorry. Yeah. Okay, we got to, yeah, we were. If you remember, this was the game where they took on d5, and I was convinced that wasn't a good thing to have your queen. I thought they should.
Oh,
Yeah,
you didn't like? Yes, I
I
do remember.
hated this move earlier. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would have converted to a Grunfeld. The sort of yeah.
Knight c3, queen a5, and d5.
Yeah.
Okay. Takes.
Okay.
Bishop c3 check. Okay, so getting the knight off priest, because if you do queen takes c3, bishop d2 is going to be attacking two pieces at once. So this is what black played. Just go back.
I really don't like this for black.
The white's given up a pawn, but
yeah.
the queen's exposed, and
there's lots of lines of the Grunfeld where you win a pawn, but you have a nicer position than this. Why it would definitely, like, the players who play that line and give up a pawn in the Grunfeld would absolutely adore to be white here. You've got two bishops, you've got a lot of play. The rooks are going to become beasts on the B and C. It's just,
yeah.
I don't know what black's doing here.
And this threatens bishop c3 as well.
Yeah.
With everything lined up on.
Yeah, this is awful for Newcastle, and yeah.
Back again.
I mean, you can win. Okay, castling into the fire. Yeah.
That threatens mate on c7.
Yeah. And then you've got some amazing lines in that there. I was just looking at, like, if they try and play like queen a5, you might even have like rook takes b7.
Oh, here and then here.
Or even queen c6. But yeah, that as well. What you did as well. But yeah, queen there.
Oh gosh, and you can bring the other rook in as well.
Other rook in maybe, and you've got this incredible bishop h3 move, which is just take, and then it's all the houses. I don't know. Maybe yeah, it looks completely lost for black. This is just, you've got so
too much.
Yeah, for one pawn, you've got
pawn,
everything. Yeah. You've got like the attack. Okay, he's played this move. Okay.
Gives back the pawn, but it's going to be too late. Ooh. Oh gosh. Okay. Wait. So wait. What about knight takes c7?
Has he really played that? Are you sure that was the final? It feels like the final move was queen. Oh no, maybe not.
There's probably stuff. So
probably takes on. No, bishop takes rook. Knight takes, and then queen b8.
Yeah, you can at least just take that, can't you?
Yeah, there'll be something better than what
that
is.
And delivering checkmate.
Yeah, you're exchanging a couple of pawns, but I'm sure there's actually probably something more direct than that. But that
so king e7 takes here. Rook f5 here.
This is what was played.
Yep, this is all the game.
Chief.
So white's the exchange up here anyway. And that was enough. Yeah. That was enough for him.
Well, yeah, the power of the opening there, because that was, if they were in a bad way after about 8 moves. And that's coming from me. I'm often in a bad way after 8 moves in some of my games. But
no, yeah. It's a shame. Yeah, that's why I actually really like the idea of chess 960 now, just to cut that kind of thing. Well, you can still be lost after 8 moves.
Yeah, you
Well, it's not
accidentally
just
leave
your
them.
memory. So now we've had a decisive result on board 1 as well. So Richard Bates from Middlesex has managed to.
Middlesex taking a little bit of a lead, so giving me a bit of a hope of an upset. So that's good.
This kind of went. This was King's Indian-y.
Yeah, and we work on. I mean, incredible that to just be playing about 2400 level at 79 years of age is insane. Is sensational.
Yeah,
that is
and very lovely that Peter's playing in this counties championship final.
Yeah.
Here we go, but Richard manages to fork his rooks.
Yeah.
Is there a discovered attack with this knight? No, just takes back.
Yeah, Richard's got
an attack.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nearly over.
Yeah.
Should be okay. Yes.
Just swap off and oh, nice intermediate move there.
Yeah.
Rook to the back rank. And yes, and that was enough. Thank you. Okay, so Middlesex has taken the lead there. Any other decisive?
Yeah, there's
more decisive results.
There's one more. Stephen Coles versus John Hodgson.
John Hodgson. So this is another win for Middlesex.
Yeah, another. They've the team affiliated to Hammersmith who are affiliated to the Sharks. So the royalist of Wees. Yeah, so they are very much in command on the scoreboard.
Now hang on a minute though, Ben. This is the one where you really liked it for black, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Let's see how this went. Knight c4, queen c7, b4. This is where we got to. Hi, Tim. England needs 271 in the test to win.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
That is exciting.
Yeah. Okay, f4 coming in. That's what we were thinking was going to happen. f4 coming in, but white's also coming in. Okay, on the against the king that castle queen site. And
yeah, maybe wouldn't have played that.
Nice. That is nice, isn't it? That's nice. C takes, and then instead of recapturing, you pin. First of all, you pin and then recapture it with the rook because it's going to be better to take it with the rook. I like that move.
Yeah.
And rook here, and then takes with the rook, and then this b7 is it's going to be hard to defend. b6 and rook c4.
No, okay. This looks.
Did that nicely, I thought, White, then at the end there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I know about the opening. I'm sorry, I quite like black here. That's good. But in trouble already. So that's. I mean, given you get some points on the board. Shall we have a look at board 2? Because we haven't looked at Graham Buck. We've seen the opening that was played on board 2 multiple times today, but we haven't seen.
Let's see how it went. Okay. So now, where did we leave it? Maybe
quite early on.
Because it was one of the first ones we looked at.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't remember that move. So let's
start right early.
Yeah,
so h3, knight h6, knight e4.
b6.
So we did see this.
Queen e2.
Queen e2.
We saw this, and then we got to bishop g7. So we missed some of the early fireworks.
We didn't see knight f6 check as
a
tactic now. So this, I imagine this is still theory.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So this is nice. Knight f6 check. So if takes, then we've got pawn takes, and we're going to pick up this bishop because it's check. So black moved the king out of the way. Knight f6 check, king f8 looks normal. Okay, it's a normal move. Knight e4, and black then is thinking about getting the pieces out. So f6, b3, and knight f7, rerouting that knight. Should b2, and f5. Okay. So I was looking at knight g5, but Graham plays this, which is probably the right move. Knight g3. And there's lots of things. So you've got these connected bishops here. So at some point you might get some kind of uncovered attack.
With knight g3, you're kind of committing to h4, h4, h.
This is happening. This is going to happen.
Yeah, you're committing to it.
White's still got a choice of where to castle. Black's not going to castle because Black's moved the king. So queen c7 and white just castles long. And as you say, this h pawn's going to get moving, and it does so right away. Here we go, h4.
It's not unpleasant for black, though. It looks awkward because of the king, but I don't know. I think to myself, like, that knight bishop on e6 is really strong because you want to hit it, but the only thing you can really hit it with is that knight on f3, and both g5 and d4 are very, very secured for black. So, yeah, it's probably better for white, but I don't know. I just think to myself, it's not like...
No, well, so you're saying the new move in this game was actually b3. So f6 here, and then b3 is the new move.
Okay.
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
d4. Okay.
a4. So black's trying to get this a pawn and counterattack going. King b1 and takes.
Nice.
Queen a7. Okay.
Suddenly black's got some play, you know?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, because you could even think about taking on
and again,
no, you can't.
that bishop on e6 still,
Yeah.
you know, even if you open up the h file, kind of, it's a bit of a so what.
Marco's very good at opening up lines.
So it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Who am I? Yeah, Marco's my guy.
Black's jokes out of play. Yeah, I think that's an important feature, isn't it? Because how would you get it out? You'd have to you'd go get your bishop to h6 and king g7 to get that rook out.
But what's your plan?
If the diagonal, you can't really do that stuff. That would be crazy.
Yeah. What's the plan if you're white, though? That's the thing.
Right. You swap off everything else, right? You just try and you swap off.
Because you don't want to open the h file because that swaps off the weak piece in a weird way.
Well, you could go h5, h6.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, so you probably, for the same thing, you don't necessarily want to open this diagonal, do you? You kind of want to. Do you want to swap off? Maybe you take here.
You take here, but take here. I don't like that for white because you just take it back, and even though the pawns are awful,
yeah,
you then kind of you've opened up the b file on your king, which isn't. It's definitely, you know, you might. There might be
double rooks on the d file. There you go. We're not.
Well, Middlesex
not. Tim wants to push the g pawn, but you can't. Okay.
Middlesex doing quite well on boards. I mean, it's not the end of the world, that position. I think generally, I know it looks thematically, but I don't know. It's what. Oh, has there been more? Is they have a bishop?
Maybe you want to go queen across and then knight round here and swap off.
Well, there's a move on the board that it says bishop
What have
bishop
they actually done? Bishop
bishop.
h6.
That looks quite
Okay,
cool
that
because
plan.
the king,
Okay, yeah.
because there's lots of like, it's kind of pretty powerful there, and it stops any of the h5.
Rook d2 and swing the king rook across the d3. Yeah, I think getting the king rook into play in the centre is a good idea. Oops, not like that. Not like that. That wasn't what I meant.
I like black here. I'm going to go out on a whim. Well, it's not really a whim because I really like black's position now.
Do
I
you?
think that, yeah. Although I've been wrong, that's not been a good.
I don't. I disagree.
That's not been a good good thing for me today. So maybe I should, because although I did like black's position and black was Surrey, so maybe I should say I like white position. But I generally do like black's position here.
Yeah. Because right, say black does do this plan. I want to somehow open this diagonal and scupper it like that somehow. Maybe I can't though. I was thinking, yeah, queen across somewhere, and then reroute this knight. Graham's gone knight this way. Maybe what's he trying to do? A-file pressure useful black. Yeah, that's true. That is certainly true. Oh, do you think he's going to go here and then push d5? I do think he wants to push d5 because if you get this open, well, I suppose you could still do my pawn takes pawn. Maybe he's doing Tim's joke idea, which is pushing the g pawn.
I mean, maybe he's going to go king g7 and then bring the rook across. I don't know.
I'm sure that's his plan. But when black king gets to g7, I want to then have white being able to open the long diagonal. You can always get rid of that pawn, but it's this one kind of. How can you get rid of that?
Shall we go to board
yes, okay.
5, which is Bob Eames?
Yes, let's
against. Is he English under 60 over 65? Or is he world over 65? Is he or English?
He's well, I'll tell you what he is. He's English over 65s champion, and he also was part of the English European over 50s winning team in Dresden last year. So he's a European champion and a English champion.
My last appearance in the county game was actually in the county final of Surrey versus Middlesex.
Oh, really?
I was playing for Surrey, and it was my birthday. It was about 10 years ago now, so I was having quite a nice birthday.
Yeah.
All my friends took me out the night before, so I was not in best fighting shape for the final, and I lost to Bob Eames quite comfortably. He thrashed me because Bob is a really great tactician. Like we've got some this final is what I call the I'm not because people say that hacker's not a nice word, but I think it is. It is the hackers final because you've got some real famous. You've got Dave Lenoir in the minors.
We got to see that in a moment. Yeah.
And you've got Rob Haldane playing.
We're going to see Robin Haldane as well. Yeah, it's
So
true.
you've got all these.
Bob.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like B4 for here. It's like, well, okay.
So how's this all going? He is coming around to f5. So Bob's got his knight in, and Chris drops the bishop back. Chris takes bishop g5. So he's going to just try and take on f6, I think. Queen d8. So yeah, Chris is making sure his pawns don't get messed up. And so rook lift, as you say, going for direct play. Okay. So knight there. So bishop back. Knight e5. f4.
Bob doesn't move pawns 1, it seems. He just Chris moves them 1, Bob moves them 2. That's the theme of the game. Wow, that's
Queen e2, so he's going to redeploy d5.
Yeah. E5, yeah. don't mind Bob's position here. It's very, very, very tactical for
Well, hang on.
a
Yeah, what
little
about this D4 then? So D4 on the face
D4.
of it looks like a fork.
Yeah,
Oh,
D4,
oh
D4
no.
rook D1. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, and a knight on F6 on freeze, of course. So D4.
Oh wow, he's
Oh,
yeah.
Queen C4.
Oh wow, is that just a blunder by Chris? Do you think? That looks quite good.
I could not in a million years claim to have worked this all out, I have to say. And is it even mate? Is it mate? You feels like you can't allow them to take on F7.
No, knight D5. I think looks the move, and that's what they've played as well.
Yeah, but could Black take on E3? Is that a real disaster?
Take on E4. Rook
take on F7 and then take
on F6.
F6 as well. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's
all right.
You're getting a lot of play.
Here we go. Knight takes, C takes, and now the queen can take on D4.
It just looks.
So white's gained after that, right?
It looks okay for
White's
Bob.
gained a pawn out of that.
Yeah, and he's got quite. I mean, it's very you have to be really careful.
Rick McMichael as well as a hacker. Put bishop on A2. 20 moves later, the opponent forgets about it. Yeah. That's the idea. But it's even better, Tim, as putting it further up the board, so it's a backwards one that they forget about.
Queen, Queen D2, yeah, because the knight's looking a bit vulnerable there. Queen D3, and then you're going to maybe bring the knight back into D4 at some point.
Yeah,
and
this looks good for white, right?
Yeah, I mean, you need to just be sensible.
Queen takes it. Oh,
maybe not a pawn up.
I didn't actually even spot that.
But you're a position up here, though. That means you kind of allow so knight D4 here for sure, and then you've kind of got this F4 5. It kind of play F5 must play itself. I don't know, but it just feels like it plays itself. Like F5, maybe E6, maybe F6. But look at E6 first.
Okay, and so now we're gonna be getting to the point where people get into time trouble. So in this particular game, Chris, they've played 29 moves. He still has 20 minutes left, and Bob 44. Let me just refresh that tab.
I just think isn't I don't know, F5 there in that game just felt like it's kind of crashed through. Bob's got there's no pawn up now, but he's position up.
I want to see Robin Haldane's. I think I have to go onto the second page to do that. We have to see
there
how that one's going.
Oh, it's going to an end game. The unexpected.
It's not. It's
remember Rob.
They did swap their queens, didn't they?
Swap off into a tactical swap off.
Yeah. Okay. So. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is just a bit more. Oh, now all the rooks have come off even. Okay, fine. So they can maneuver at this for a little while longer, and so we've got these pawns still.
Probably a slight edge for white.
White can probably get that F4 in, can't they, at some time?
Yeah, because
this knight G2's for and get F4 in, and then.
It's whether can you get in, if that makes sense? Like at the moment, E5, G5 are both covered by the pawn on F6. F5 is covered, but you wouldn't really want to swap it. So if you're black, it feels it's the tough one to win. I think white's slightly tiny edge, but I don't know. It's an edge, but it's the only winner's white, but probably. But yeah.
Right, which one do you want next, Ben? What about Peter Lalich and Stanley?
Yeah, let's go down to that board.
Yes. Oh, getting some kind of endgame. So where did we leave that? Probably before then, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was well before. We had the bishop f5 move. Remember, we were very fascinated by it.
This one here. Oh,
Yeah,
no. This one, bishop f5.
Was it? No, it was later than
Oh, no,
that. Move 15. Move 15.
Here we go. There it is. Yes.
Yeah.
So this is attacking. Okay, and they did go c3, and Stanley very wisely resisted the urge to take on a2, and instead played a6, bishop e2, and knight c6, dropping back. Bishop f3.
White's got a clear edge now.
Yeah, so white could just take that knight off. Plays knight d5. Here, and takes. Okay, and oh yeah, the bishop's on pre. Okay, I was thinking of taking on.
Yeah, it would be great if it wasn't on pre. It would be a lot of trouble.
Oh, this is confusing. The knight's got no squares, that knight on e7.
Yeah.
But you can take on b7 and give it a square. Why don't you take on f2?
What, here?
Maybe.
Well, take on f2, swap off on d8, rook f1.
And then just get the rook. Yeah, no, it's nothing. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, white's just one now. 3 pawns up for not much. There's maybe a bit of play, but yeah, he's swapping off. And so he's 2 pawns up, but nearer the end.
One of the pawns back.
Oh dear.
Another pin before recapture. So here, and then takes. Okay, so now it's equal in pawns. But that pass pawn is very scary.
Yeah, I think white's just much faster here.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
I think this is resignable now.
And okay, yeah. So this is going to be. Sorry's going to pull one back. Is that right?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. White's
going to pull one back. Yeah. Let's have a look at some other games. Let's have a look at. Should we go to board 8, which is the one that I'm, fond of?
Yes. Let's do it. So board 8. Okay. And we had that. Did we have a 5? We didn't have a 5 in yet, did we? We can take it from here.
Yeah.
Queen c2. Okay, and you can't. Well, take.
Good point by Tim in the chat, actually. I forget with these games that they've won on board 1 Middlesex, so they almost have like an extra 0.2 points almost because you get they now have draw odds effectively for the match.
Okay, and it's 3.5, 1.5.
Well, 3.5, 2.5, because we've seen that Peter Lalich is.
Oh yeah, Peter's going to win.
He won't lose that.
Okay. So Mark's offering an exchange of queens here, and if they do come off, I think that pawn on c7 is looking.
No, you can't swap off here. You have to play something.
Weak. Yeah.
Knight f6 probably. I'd play.
Knight f6. That looks like the sort of thing, doesn't it? Because that attacks that
bishop. Knight f6, rook e7 type thing afterwards. You assume that they've got to. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not great for black, but black does have the sort of bit of space. Yeah, has he played that? Has that been
Yeah,
played?
yeah. He's played your moves. That's good. And he is threatening to come in on G4 perhaps as well.
Yeah, like rook e7, then maybe of knight g4, like in the swap off, you're threatening like the bishop and mate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what I would play. I'd play wherever they play the bishop.
This mate on F1. Yeah, if we get the rook.
Rook e7, and then you're threatening knight g4. Maybe it might not be a threat, but it just feels like then, because then if you play rook, if you swap, you're sort of attacking. Yeah, swap off, attacking e3 and attacking f1. So it's quite cute. So yeah.
Oh, Tim. So Surrey won in the semi-finals on board count, but here.
So what you're saying, Tim, is you're secretly hoping for an 8-all Middlesex vengeance board count victory.
No, but Surrey know all about board counts.
Yeah.
We're not
Well,
going to fall for that one.
well, they're going to struggle to get the board count from here, because I think the 4 of the top 5. It feels like one of these matches, which is going to be quite a lot of county matches go like this, which is quite surprising, because actually Middlesex didn't massively outrate. If anything, the other way around. But it looks like Middlesex are going to dominate, say, the top 5 or 6, and then. But Surrey and so they need to look for any point they can get. On that, bottom board has already been agreed a draw.
Okay. Yeah, Stan Rose and Nigel Fleming. Okay, that's a draw. So yeah. So no, I think Peter's going to win. But we've already taken that into account, haven't we? So what about Peter Large against Andrew Stone?
The large feet Stone, Mr. 10,000 steps versus the best handshake in chess.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. This is the position. So Peter's threatening. He's just threatening this h6 pawn. But I mean, black could defend, right, with king h7. But if you do it that way,
h5
is the indicated.
Feels like that, that pawn that's going to kind of get ripped apart, the f7 pawn. Like you're going to attack g6, that queen and those 2 rooks coming down on that pawn on e6. It just feels like black's position. Who has the best handshake? Well, I was talking about earlier, Tim, that I once played Peter Large in like a blitz or rapid play tournament, and he has quite a strong hand. Well, at the time, he had a very strong handshake. So I think he's got the best handshake. It's very thorough and very strong. So he's played h5, which makes sense here, because we want to avoid that ripping a part of the pawns as much as possible.
White could think about just trying to swap off that bishop on g7, right? Because that would be the right one to swap and leave the bishop on c8.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to go. Black's not going to go f6, because then g6 and e6 are both.
Yeah, that f7 pawn has to stay there, sort of looking after everything. There's a lot of pressure on it, lot on its shoulders. That f7 pawn.
Okay, so queen g3. He's going. He's not lining up for bishop g6, is he? He wouldn't be that evil.
That's quite cool. Yeah, bishop. I mean, that is.
Thank you for the follow.
Probably doesn't work.
Thanks for the follow. The Najdorf Prophet. Lots of pressure. I like White's position in this game as well.
Yeah, I think white. It's not if, it's a when it breaks through.
Interesting.
Oh, Peter's result has come in, so he's officially won. We knew that already.
Peter Large, he was going to win. Yes, that endgame, because he had the extra rook there. Shall we see Frankie? Let's see Frankie.
Yeah, let's have a look at his position.
And Peter Hasson. Yeah.
They were in the news recently, these brothers. I saw all these news articles.
They've been doing very well. They played internationally, didn't they? And was that in the Worlds? I can't remember which event.
Yeah.
But they both did very well, yeah.
Well, I like white. He's got everything.
Yeah. So is there a threat to take on G5? I think you don't.
Yeah.
Want to, do you? So how does white break through though? Oh, that knight on A6 is looking to get out of things.
I think maybe you can. It's one of those. The computer will be loving white here, but in general, it is a good. It's quite a hard one to break through. It's like a computer will say, I don't know, +1.5 or something like this, but I'm not very good with computers. We've already ascertained to, but
you would. Yeah, you'd quite want to get this a pawn forwards to either here or here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Queen F1, then Bishop B6 to try and break through.
Queen F1.
Yeah, maybe. Even if you get your bishop to
He's done it. Yes, he's done it, Tim.
Yeah, let's say you go bishop Queen F2 and you get your bishop to like bishop F6 now, B6 now, let's say. Like it's and then what type thing? Does that make sense?
It was because you want to get your rook in there, don't you? Really, but that doesn't.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it's like the worst. It's like the worst place knight A6, but it's like the most vital. Yeah, but black is running out of things to do. But you can kind of just sit.
Both kind of stuck there, aren't they?
We've all had games where we just sit and just wait for the inevitable / hope that we can hold on. Yeah, so he's kind of come back round now. Maybe he's going.
Is he going Queen B3 and A?
To go A5, A4, maybe. I'm still not convinced that bundles through. Yeah, exactly that. You've only got one. You've kind of got one weakness. You've got this monster file, like this monster rook, and you can't really.
Interesting. Okay, we'll leave them to.
So not a foregone conclusion for white, even though when I glanced at it, I was like, yeah, they've won. But yeah.
Right, we're going to see Bob Moose against Alexander Freeland, and we're into a knight and pawn ending. So those knight and pawn endings, they're not that drawish, are they? You can kind of.
No, this one looks.
So white has a pass pawn. That's the thing we've got to. But
who's who? Who am I cheering for?
I'm cheering for Bob.
Okay.
He's sorry. Yeah, you're cheering for Alexander.
Yeah. Well, every draw helps for Middlesex when because they've got the board.
They've got the yeah.
You've got the can I get to 8 points?
Yeah. So okay, so what if black just just comes straight in further with the king? White can defend. You don't want to just, you could do that one sort of attacking and defending, but you might get booted out of the way.
Yeah.
Or you could defend backwards, but I sort of don't prefer that. I'm sort of liking it for black now. I said, well, white's got this pass pawn, but this active king's quite pretty good, isn't it, for black?
Probably still a draw.
Knight
E5 here. Oh, I would have played knight E5. Knight E5 was cute because if F6 takes knight D7 check, take on F6. It's quite cute.
Yeah.
And I quite like my endings. I'm not very good at openings, but endings are.
Endings is the best bit, is it?
Yeah, I don't know if it's my best bit, but it's definitely not my worst bit. My worst bit's
Yeah.
probably openings and middle games and endings.
Okay.
I'm okay at.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one's unclear now.
Yeah, black could probably bring the knight, I would say, back to e6 maybe.
You then have knight e5 again
Hmm.
with the same idea. It depends what you go. I mean, I think this is a draw, just about.
Yeah.
If you put it into what's it, table base or whatever it's called.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
maybe that's a draw. All right. What about Mark Davey and
Mark
Russell?
Davey.
This one was this crazy opening, wasn't it? With knight c6 on move 1. Was that the
Well,
one?
yeah, that is. You can see where
Yeah.
we got to because we were trying to play around with
We
the,
were
but we
trying
were
to
up
mess
move
around with this. So
17.
let's see. So it was something like that.
Yeah.
And so takes, knight takes. Okay.
Yes.
Takes.
Mark going for a draw. I used to play in a team with Mark many years ago.
Yeah,
He
I know
might have
Mark
played.
from university
He
days, way back.
might have
Yeah.
played for the Sharks. It's one of those.
Ah, okay.
He might have played a few games for the Sharks back in the days, I think.
So knight c3, bishop g5, says Russell. And king b1, rook e7. So, okay, so Russell has a slightly weak c pawn, but other than that, what do you think? I think this should be drawn, right? Bishop e6 here. Oh, attacking f7. So you can drop your bishop back, that's fine. Here. So Mark is keeping this b7 bishop constrained, but you can. Oh, a6. I was thinking he might go bishop a6.
I don't mind white here, to be fair.
I think white's doing.
It's doing okay.
If I had to choose to play white or black, I think I'd pick white. e6. Why is he going a6 there? I wouldn't do that. a6, e3. Bishop c8. F2. Check. Back. He's going to transfer to e6. Okay.
Bishop b4, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
h3. Yeah, or g3. Yeah.
Oh, golly. So now what's happening? What if you take on e6?
No, I don't like that because you've got to with
Check.
Yeah.
Check. I do miss it.
That's my beautiful bishop. I don't want to give that one away.
Yeah. No, I wasn't trying to give up the bishop.
Yeah. So it's very unclear here.
Yeah.
It's disbalanced. You've got all the pieces on, like either side.
Attacking the rook. This is where they are. Okay.
I don't know who I prefer here. It's really unclear. I mean, I would say this is,
isn't it? Because you could also go. Oh no, this rook's on pre. You have to move the rook. All right.
maybe knight.
A6.
I would probably take the bishop if I was black, but oh wow, okay, we've had a move. I want to swap off the good bishop.
Oh, he's pinning. Yeah, okay. So you can't play bishop takes rook. So you're going to try and swap it off.
You have to take
You
it.
will have a lot of isolated pawns, won't you?
Yeah, but you've got the space as you've got the initiative with the pieces.
Yeah. Okay, so we
Takes.
do swap. Hello, Ocelot. How are you?
I probably would say it's about, yeah, it's hard to say because that G3 pawn's weak and it's on the right color to be exploited because of the bishop on G1. So in that regard, it's really hard to define. Yeah, you've got quite a lot of. Have we got any time? We haven't really got time pressure yet on those on this board because there's been they're quite near the control.
Yeah. And okay, so I think if I had to choose now, I would choose white. But
Yeah.
I'm meant to be cheering for black, so that's not the
I
right
probably
one.
would. Yeah, I would be happy with a draw here. I'm confident now that Middlesex might get a win. And I know that Tony Fulton would be delighted if I think he's still the captain. And Chris also on board 8. I'm keen to actually might go. I don't know. We've been to Chris too much. We're showing bias towards me, so we need to go. We've probably neglected a board somewhere.
Let's have a look. Okay. Colin McKenna. Oh no, that was a draw. Okay, we've seen that.
We've been to most boards on the second. I think we've been to every board now on the second round.
Yes, we have.
Should we have a quick look at Chris's and then go to the minor county for a quick look?
That's exactly.
I'm nearly out of time because I've got to go.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Yes. You just say, and we'll finish up. Spotted any Zwischenzugs? Yeah. There was one. There was a rook to the back ranks Zwischenzug Ocelot. It was very nice, but I've forgotten which game it is. I should print screen when I get to these good moves because I never remember afterwards. I think I'm going to remember that and then I forget. It's because you're kind of. I think when you're streaming, I don't know about you, Ben, but you're kind of sort of so concentrated on what you're doing right that second that then afterwards you just forget all about it. Okay, so this one here, this is the position they're at. For Ocelot, you will notice there's a connected queen's position going on here with the knight in the way. But what we were talking about before, Ben, was this pawn being weak on c7 and maybe black wanting to defend kind of across this way.
I think he still wants to defend it because then rook e7 you can grovel to e8 potentially, and I don't know. White's got a tiny edge probably, but black does have play in these positions. That knight coming into g4, maybe g6, play g6. Yeah.
You might even flick in h4 for fun, mightn't you? As well as
I would probably prefer to be white, but only just.
Yeah.
Again, it's unclear and very equal. We've got quite a lot of games on the balance. I mean,
yeah,
it's tied now, isn't it? I think there's been another. It's 4-4 now.
Yeah.
Some of the official results have come in.
4-4, is it? Oh my
It's going to be very, very close.
That's half the games are finished. 4-4. It's going to be really close, and there's games going
The
each way.
positive for Middlesex is that
Board count.
2 and board. I mean, Bob Eames has done what we said he was going to do on board. That's a very exciting game, actually. If you want to just take a quick look. Board.
Look at it.
Yeah,
Bob Eames has gone e6.
Yeah, he's done the breakthrough.
Bob. And if it gets taken, I was going to say if it gets taken, you've got f7. But this knight sitting there, Chris's knight on.
Yeah, it's it's surely.
Actually, which way round is it? Who is?
Bob is white. Yeah.
No, but hang on, it's Chris? Sorry, I got it all wrong.
Yeah, Bob's my
yeah,
Bob's Middlesex. I'm pretty sure. I think
I'm doing. Yes, so Chris, I'm cheering Chris.
This does look scary. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be black here. It's not the best position, you know.
This is
Yeah, I
exciting.
think it's all over.
Yeah,
It is now. So I think it's really is pretty
it looks
abysmal.
scary.
Yeah,
Yes,
it looks lost. Is the I think that's the best way of wording it.
yes.
Yeah.
By the way,
Um,
if anyone, this is a silly offer, isn't it? But if anyone in the chat wants to continue commentary after, because Ben needs to go in a second. Like for example, I think Tim, you maybe would you maybe like commentating. Then just let me know and we'll carry on. Because I can carry on for a bit longer, but I don't like doing it on my own.
yeah,
Um,
I won't try and avoid leaving you.
no, you can, no, you go, but I can
I think there's nearly four.
crowdsource my commentator.
Like, so he's played rook takes, so probably, I don't know. I'm imagining. mm, Oh no, yeah, you can't. Unfortunately, because the rook's on c4. Otherwise, you could play rook takes rook, pawn takes, f6, f5, and then the knight's coming into e6 in this math. But unfortunately, it's just probably better just to take knight takes rook and just win.
So sorry, rook takes rook, pawn takes.
Yeah,
Just
but unfortunately, rook takes rook, rook takes knight would be quite cute with black. So I was
yeah.
sort of saying, yeah.
Rook takes rook, rook takes knight. Can't you just recapture?
Yeah, but I was thinking maybe pawn f7, check, and then knight to e6. I don't know, it just looked like a bit of a bloodbath. I think this game, yeah, yeah.
Pete Large smashing it.
Peter Large is pulling one back, so Bob Eames and Peter Large cancelling each other out on
They
those four.
cancel each other, those two.
This is
Yeah.
going to be a 8.5, 7.5, or an 8-all match. It
It's
feels
going to be
like.
8-all, isn't it? If it's 8-all, Middlesex win. If it's 8.5, so Surrey really need 8.5 to win, and it's 4-all, isn't it, at the moment?
I do think the key games for me are those middle two boards, Mark Josse and Mark Davey versus Russell Granite and Chris Scolte.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that those are the two. Like if they're both drawn, or if Middlesex don't lose
This one
those
we
two.
thought was probably a draw, didn't we? Mark.
Yeah, well, this is
Oh,
such a
golly,
very
this one is. Yeah.
much more unclear than it was a minute ago.
Yeah.
You don't want to go into a bishop ending here because black's then better. So you really want to avoid that, I think.
Is
Bishop,
black
yeah,
better in depending?
I think so because of the color. These G and H4. I don't know. It feels like it should be worse because you want the pawns on white squares. I don't know. Maybe it's oversimplifying, over rotating. But in general, it's yeah.
I'll tell you what, when we were commentating on there was the North and South match, and one person, and then it just got right down to the final board, and it was really crucial. And then they made this, one of the people made this blunder. It was just like,
Chris has played what I want though here, so this is good. The rook
Rookie
e7
7, yes, that's the move.
and g6. So this is what I liked earlier. So this is quite nice.
Yeah, so this is where we were looking at knight g4 coming in, weren't we, as a possible idea for black.
Yeah, because bishop g5, knight f, h7.
Yeah.
And I quite like that then for black's fine there.
Yeah.
I quite like, I think it's not bad, that one.
Okay, shall we pop across to the minor? We could do very quickly. We've got 5 boards there. So let me just wait a minute, I have to work out how to do that. Okay, that's the minor. This is Stephen Orton against Declan. So Declan, we thought Declan was winning, and he must be. He's knight up in this one. Sorry, yes, and it's actually finished. And Abigail won. Well done, Abigail.
Wow. I thought that was going to go the other way earlier. So that,
yeah. So
nice.
She takes d3, and gosh, there's a lot going on there. But I guess this pawn is dropping, and then you can take the knight. Yeah. So
Bit
well
of a
done
blunder there. Well done to her. Yeah.
So we've got 3 games going on. So Agustin against Gerald. We thought White was winning when we left it last, didn't we? Well, not winning. We thought they had the advantage.
Just an update for the group. I mean, that position we were talking about that looked completely winning, but was really hard to win. Frankie Badasconi, it's been agreed a draw. So,
okay.
So yeah, that was an interesting one. It's one of those where the
So
engine
that's going to help Middlesex, if I'm remembering right.
Yeah, they're gonna. Middlesex are in a pretty nice spot now. It's not theirs to lose yet, but it is 4.5. And obviously they've got they've got 2 boards where they should get at least 1.5. I mean, if Bob Eames doesn't win that, then it's yeah. So Bob and Rob. No, sorry, Bob and Marco. Sorry, they're the 2 that. Yeah, but Marco's got a lot. That's still a lot of play, as you'll probably see later.
Yeah, and just to update, I'm just going to refresh on this actual score. Oh, it's early days still. Norfolk, Cambridge. Maybe the scores haven't gone up on the thing. It's showing as 2.5 to Cambridgeshire on the summary I've got. Okay, so that's this one, and then we've got David Lemoire. We were going to look back in on that for his crazy wing.
Yeah, let's make this my last one, unfortunately, because so if anyone wants to take over
if
from
anyone
me,
wants to sleep in, just
or we could have a break, and I can probably come back. I just need to make sure that the kids are okay.
Yes, you do what you need to do. Fine, and so here, this one. So, Black is attacking the pawn on h4. Is my observation here.
Bishop g5, maybe.
Bishop g5.
Queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check.
Maybe g3, just to get rid, instead of like, because if you play f4, you trap your bishop. It's not what you want to play.
Yep. So g3. So.
Yeah, not great. I'm not sure what happened there with the default a county final. It's interesting. Maybe they just struggle for play. I mean, what I would say is Warwickshire are very much a university county. Like Warwick Uni is probably one of the biggest and best chess clubs in the country, and so they would have had a pool of 5 to 10 players, no doubt, in an under 2050 team that were from that uni. It's about a mile that way from where I'm sat, and that might have been why I'm just making excuses when I don't know the reason, but I would say that might be it, because outside of uni time, that might make the difference. But you'd expect that more with a Cambridgeshire or Oxfordshire.
Maybe they saw Rakaya was playing board 1 for Essex, and nobody wanted to play her because she's so good.
It's possible too. So we've got well, Dave Lamar's. That's really unclear what's going on there, and
yeah. Sorry, yes. Oh, sorry, that's your last. Okay, so Ben, you need to go and
at least for a break. So just for a prolonged break. So I might be back. I'll see what
you see how it goes, and I might carry on for a bit, or I might just stop. I haven't quite worked it out, but let's see.
Cool.
Anyway, thank you ever so much.
Thank you. Well done to everyone who's playing this. Yeah, it's a good. It makes me want to get back into county chess.
I know.
Yeah. Right. Thanks, and thanks to everyone
brilliant.
in the commentary, in the chat room as well, and Tim and Wilsonia and lots of others. All the best. Cheers.
See you, Ben. Okay, do that. All right, so I'm going to switch back to the Surrey Middlesex. Let me just work that out. So that's here. Okay, and so here we have so Mark Joss against Chris Scolter, and that's been swapping off. What I'm going to do actually to 4.5 for each, what I'm going to do just to make it a bit easier for myself is put engines on at this point rather than attempt to work. Oh my goodness. And as soon as I do, okay, so this is, so Black's actually turned this around a bit. So well done to Chris there. This is looking, is winning for Middlesex. And oh, how did he even win the Queen though? We had it. So this was this, okay, right, Ocelot. So this was this connected Queen's position. So was it anything to do with that? G6, Queen F2, Rook E7. Yes, so this is where we had it. Rook takes, oh, Rook takes E7. Okay, so this is a tactic. So if you take it, the idea is the knight on F6 hangs at the end. Queen C4, Queen takes D6. Oh, hang on. So it's just my computer was just not telling me the right thing. Okay, so the computer reckons it's level. Okay. Oh, what a shame you couldn't play in the minor counters campaign. No rail strikes today. Okay. Well, Sonia. Okay. Did that mean you couldn't make the team? I don't know. Okay. And so I guess this is going to be a whole load of checks then. Yeah, I think we're going to see Black doing a whole load of checks to hold on to the draw here. All righty, let's see some of the other games. So let's go back. Graham Buckley. And we just come in at an exciting moment where the white queen is about to be taken. This will have been an exchange. So how do we get here? So we had H5 here. Okay, very nice by Black. So take on A2 and then via knight C3 you get the material back. And this is now looking good for Black. So Middlesex have done very well on the top boards here in this match. So they've won on 1, 2. Well, they've won, but it's looking good on 1, 2, and 3. Susan won 4. And then let's pop in again on Bob Eames and Chris Baker. And so here, so we had it with E6. This was where we were at, looking very good for white. Rook takes, knight takes, and F7 check. And okay, I see. So if the knight takes it, we've got the queen coming in on G6. So King H7, Rook E6, Queen G5, and Bishop F4. Okay, so the engine was just wanting King H2 to defend, so Bishop F4. But this should still be good enough for white. So that will be another one for Middlesex. So it's looking promising, this match for Middlesex. But let's see what Peter Large against Andrew Stone. So Peter will be Surrey. And this one is a great position for white. White's coming in and going to attack the F7 pawn. So this is looking good for Surrey. But overall, we didn't mention Chris Briscoe's win here. let's see the end of that. King and pawn ending. And so black wins with the extra pawn. So how's our scores on the doors? We have at the moment 4.5 all. So 9 games finished, 7 still playing. And so board 2 was looking good for Middlesex. Board 5 was also good for Middlesex. Board 6 was looking good for Surrey. Board 8 was level, maybe. So we need to look at boards 9 and 10. And let's check in 15. 15. And this was the one that was a crazy opening, but then swapped off into an endgame. So here we go. This is the endgame, bishop and knight, minor piece endgame. Mathieu's against Robin Haldane. And this one still could have a little way left to go. So black's got these doubled c-pawns, which maybe gives white a small advantage. But there's a lot of play left in this one. And let's see board 9 and 10 as well. So board 9, we have a good position for black. Black being the Surrey player. Okay, so this could help level it up a bit. So this g-pawn has... Oh, look, so we've got an advanced g-pawn against an advanced h-pawn. Looks like this king is managing to stop the path of this h-pawn, though. Whereas this rook can be shifted, I would say, because black has moves like this to potentially shift that rook away. So yeah, so maybe takes and rook g1, which would be good for Surrey. Okay, and let's look at Bob Noyce as well. So Bob, and this is the knight and pawn endgame, and this one's looking pretty level. Okay. So h4. So if the king comes over, what do we do? Just h3? White's going to have to stop the pawn. So king in. And if h2, you just go king in. And that's stopped. Okay. So I think, yeah, this one's looks pretty drawish. Okay, let's check in again on Graham and Marco. Oh, this one's changed a lot. So this has gone into an endgame. So we had it here. Takes, here, takes. Check. Now rook and pawn endgame. Rook e4. Okay, well, they say rook and pawn endings are all drawn. So can Graham actually pull something out of the bag here and save this rook and pawn ending? We will have to see. So 1, 2, 3, 4 against 5. So black's a pawn up. And that's an interesting. The engine is suggesting e6. That wouldn't really occur to me as the move to play because black can just take it. So it's saying takes. They're all drawn except the winning one. Exactly, Will Sonia. Exactly. Yeah, and he's played it. Graham's played e6. So we're expecting rook takes. I wonder if I can put it in just as a variation. I think so. Rook takes, rook f4, and the point of it is you can't stop white taking this g pawn. So we've swapped an extra pawn off. So, okay, so it's an advantage for black, but white has some chances. Okay, any more results yet? So Peter's 1 and it's still showing expecting white to play the move Queen F2. So he's just having a think to check that. Okay. Right, so Tim's making a prediction. Open final, Middlesex win on 2, Middlesex win on 5, Surrey win on 6. So if you add that all up, Tim, where do we get to with that? 2 Middlesex win, 2 Surrey win, and some draws. So that will be a tie. So then we're into board count. And as we've already worked out, board count in this match is favouring Middlesex. So tie break. So if Tim is exactly right, that is what we will see. But anything can happen in a game of chess. Not necessarily. Go with predictions. Let's see this one then. So this one is board 8, which we think will be a draw. This does, yeah, because this one's lots of checks going on. So this probably will. 8-8 on board count for Middlesex. It looks plausible, Tim. That does look like a plausible result. Yeah, so let's see Mark Davey, Russell Granite. So this one here. Interesting. So this has, the knights, and we had it. Let's just see it from here. So here we weren't sure. Bishop takes G7 here. G4 takes, and this G pawn's coming down. So we had, yeah, king here, stopping the H pawn's progress. And rook G1. Takes. Yeah, so this one I'm pretty sure will be a win for Surrey. So this is board 9. Yep. Okay, and Mark Joss against Chris Scott is indeed agreed a draw. So let's see Bob Noyce. And this one, yeah, so this is going to be a draw as well. And Graham, we think this one's going to be black. Oh, this one wasn't clear. We think a black win, but it isn't completely clear, we thought before. But if it goes into a king and pawn ending, then maybe it is. Although, all right, so if we do, so this king and pawn ending, he's moved away. If the king and pawn ending, is this a mistake by Graham? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so just a minute though, because here, the Lichess engine wanted here. So let's just do this. So let's takes, king here. So pawn on. This king is now a bit immobilized, right? So here. So I think this one might be a draw. Rook exchange must be drawn. Hi Gawain, how are you doing? We've got, yeah, so it must be a draw. So this could be an important, or a bit of a mistake for Surrey. But let's see if with not swapping the rooks. So we've got rook G5, rook E4. So now black has the advantage. Switch off the engine. I don't want to switch off the engine at all, Tim. I'm not if I'm doing it on my own. I'm not switching off the engine. I don't mind when I'm with someone. They can get it wrong with me. Okay, so yeah, but minus 3.6, right? So king, yeah, because this engine not only tells me the evaluation, but also tells me the moves. So there we go. Yeah, so Marco can play here, but this could actually, oh no, hang on, it won't change the match because we were predicting Surrey would lose on board count anyway. And here this would mean that Middlesex then it would be 8.5, 7.5 if all our other results happen as we think. But then why is this one winning? I guess, yeah, so we're looking at kind of, so you could try and just defend with G4. But then black can kind of come in, maybe move the rook across there and then king into G5, for example. Okay, so this one, we think black's got good chances. I'm going to just play down the engine line a bit. Graham concerned about past A and B pawns after rook. Yeah. I'm sure he was. So let's go here. I'm just going to play down the engine line. Well, Sonia, yeah. So because I think that the trouble for black is in this, that you can't move the king away. So whereas white can get the king out and just come round and kind of stop these pawns. Oh, you're thinking the 2 pawns. All right, let's try a bit more. So here, let's do these. Oh, okay. Why don't you put the king right into the middle though? I'm going to try that. Yeah. King F8. That's weird moves. Well, let's say we just try and get some passed pawns. And just try and get 2 passed pawns, yeah? Somehow C4, BC, B4. So B4. Oh, but then white can just kind of queen the C pawn, right? Because the king can't come over and stop it. Because then you've got this H pawn as well. And white 2 passed pawns too. Yeah. Oh, so is it a race? Okay, so all right. So say we do, so white does that, black does this. But we're quicker, right? Because then, oh, now this engine is putting me off now. Oh, because E4 works, does it? Oh, chess is complicated. All right. But I think we did it wrong along the way. So say we did that. So this is what we're looking at, yeah? Plus 55 now. So the king D3 they want. It keeps switching, doesn't it? King D3. Just switch the engine off. Oh, all right. Fine, Tim, you win. So engine off. There you go. There you go. Okay. And yeah, so now it is a bit clearer now. Now we've just got our passed C pawn and our passed H pawn, right? Okay. So if black comes in here, but don't you have to defend against these 2 pawns? Is this obvious to you guys? It's probably some kind of Reti thing where you go along diagonals here. It didn't work, but it was an idea. Yeah, so if here... you can't take it because of this one. So you have to go... Maybe you go towards this one. But this is going to win for black, isn't it? Joe root out. That doesn't sound good. All right. I'm going to switch games because I can't prove this one. All right. So we do have Peter Large has won against Andrew Stone. We have Bob Eames should be winning. Oh, gosh. This looks pretty scary. Bob Eames. Yeah, so everything's going to gang up on G6. And here we go. So wait, how much? Where are we up to now, Bob? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4 games going on, and the score at the moment is 7-5 to Surrey. 7-5 to Surrey. Okay. So the magic number, Surrey really needs to get to 8.5. So Surrey needs 1.5, because if it's an 8-all, we're going to get Middlesex winning. This one's going to be Middlesex. Then, in fact, it already is Middlesex. So then we need, what have we got? Graham, Bob, just 3 left. So it'll be, so it must be 7-6 now with 3 to play. Sorry, leading 7-5. I think it's 7-6 now though, because Bob's just won. So 7-6 with 3 to play. Okay, and let's see. So Bob Noyce is, this must be drawn, right? Right, wait a minute, wait. So hang on, who's white and who's black and who's going which way? So I think black's, yeah, white's going up the board and black's coming down the board here. So black can just take this pawn. So how was it here? Why don't you just take the pawn there? King A1. Okay. I'm just going to check. Yeah, they have agreed to draw. Okay, cool. So we just have 2 more games going. So let's look at this one. So this was the crazy opening game, and here we go. So black's got this passed H pawn. How's this? Right, I'm going to give you an update on the scores. 7-6, but we think it's 7.5, 6.5 because Bob just drew. So 7.5, 6.5. So Surrey needs 1 whole point out of the last 2 games, which I don't think they're going to get. So this one here, right, which one's the Surrey player in here? That's the thing we need to really know. The Surrey player is Robin. So Surrey need Robin to win, or else 2 draws out of Graham and Robin. So let's go back to Graham's one. Oh, goodness. Okay. So this one, if Tim's not watching, I'm going to switch the engine on again for a moment. So it's still the same. So a sort of clear edge to black with the extra pawn. Well, we kind of knew that anyway. So we're going to get, I think black is going to get the king forward. If rooks come off, then yeah, bad for Graham. Looking bad for Graham. So If Surrey lose this one, you are watching. Oh no, I can't get away with anything. Okay, so this one here. So Surrey would really need Robin to win this game, or else 2 draws. I think that's our situation. I'm just going to pop into the other match as well, the scorecard. So that's 3-3. There's still a lot going on in that other match. We don't have, not every board is a live board though, so we can't kind of look at all the games. So this one. Okay, so what do you think of this one, people? So the whites just played f2, f4. And the idea is, let's do this, bishop d4, f4, okay, and a5. So white loses no time in taking off that passed h pawn. Okay, so white's basically got an extra pawn. So so I can't see that Robin's going to win this. I'm going to cheat again. Ha ha ha. Oh. Okay, yeah. So that's, yeah, that confirms that. Okay, so Middlesex is, I mean, a lot better on both remaining boards. Surrey would need to draw both in order to win the match, because we know if it's 8-all, it goes to board count, and then we know that Middlesex is ahead on board count. So looking good for Middlesex at the moment, and just 2 games remaining. Now, they're also quite short on time. So white has only 2.5 minutes left. Is redeploying this knight. So Middlesex needs a win and a draw. So let's see. So that's that one. We've got this one here, which is the rook and pawn end game. Okay, so now black is offering an exchange of rooks. If the rooks are actually traded, then black can come in and take this pawn. If white takes this pawn here, then rook takes pawn. And actually probably black will then follow up with rook g5. So sort of here, and then here as well. So good chance of winning that h pawn as well. So it is looking pretty nice for black. Okay. Surrey's best chance for a draw. Galana should win, but you never know. It could come down and rook and h pawn. But Surrey doesn't need just 1 draw. Surrey needs 2 draws. Because I think Surrey is that right? Let me just refresh my scores again to get that right. 7.5, 6.5. Yeah. So Surrey needs 2 draws, or 1 point anyway, out of the remaining 2, and Middlesex needs 1.5, which it looks like they will get. So his best chance for a match win. Yeah, Surrey's best chance for a match win. Yeah, I think 2 draws are all, because it doesn't look like Surrey would be able to win either of the remaining games to me, unless someone gets very short on time and blunders, which is possible. Okay, so this game, all right, what's happening with this black bishop here? Knight sack on the queen side for black. Yeah, knight sack. Sack I will allow as a word. That's fine. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Yes, I see what you mean now, Tim. Knight sack on c4. Okay, so all right, so what happens? So if this takes, we're going to go here, takes here. But that doesn't matter too much because yeah, you can queen, but you're okay. He's taken. All right, so can't quite believe it. You have to. There's a chance to do this. Yeah. Yeah. So, but it might be just trading in the end, mightn't it? So if this, I'm going to put it on the. No, I'm not going to put it on the board because when I do, you can't tell what's actually being played or not. So we'll just kind of watch. But here, then black will manage to queen. But it's not going to be enough for black to win. Is it going to be enough for black to draw? Maybe. And then we'd need to draw in the other game as well for Surrey to win the match. So is there something clever? So you could have takes here. You could go there maybe. And then queens, takes, and then black gets this pawn as well. Or white gets that pawn as well. Which I think looks good for white. So I'm predicting, or you could do it via bishop a3. Yeah, that's the same. Knight just stays on c2 and black can't win. Yeah, so threat's just taking here. I can't see black winning this. King here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, you don't take this, you just wait. Yeah, how does white force the situation? Maybe white just doesn't have to. Run down the clock and play it with both sides having 30. Yeah, I think that's the best chance. Run down the clock. So what happens? How much increment is it per move? I haven't been noticing. If it's no increment, there's suddenly a chance. Oh, what? Wait, what's going on now? Hey? 10 seconds of move increment. Why did white just let black queen? He's done it. Hey? I don't know why he did that. He panicked. No. How funny. Okay, so Surrey now is right back in it then. So we have, because now black can bring the king in, take the pawn on g4. Surrey win. Well, I was cheering for Surrey because I'm Surrey. Gosh, okay, right, wait. So is this actually a win? So black needs to actually win this game. A draw is not going to be good enough. So black could... Are you on neutral? I actually like the Middlesex team as well, but we agreed. Ben and I agreed we'd have to cheer one each side. So I'm cheering Surrey. So let's, I think for black, take... Gosh, it's not that easy though, is it? Even though it's a queen. But say you take on f4, and then just try and deliver checkmate. Maybe that's the way to do it. It's funny, isn't it? You'd think winning the queen would be enough. So don't watch this, Tim. Oh, draw. No, it's 0-0. Goodness me. Oh, so that was a clever little maneuver by Matthias to draw the game. Yeah, put your hand over your eyes. Exactly right. Yeah, don't see that. So okay, so I reckon king takes f4 maybe. I mean, he didn't see it, pure luck. Yeah, no, I think so too. Gosh, how exciting. Well, let's just quickly pop back into Graham's game. And then we'll come back here. Oh, Graham. So this is... Yeah, I can just tell you it looks really good for black, but whether it's an actual win, I think it probably is. I'd be guessing now. Clock times on board 15, 2 minutes each. Okay, yeah, and clock times here. Graham's got less than a minute. Okay, so they've both got a very short time. But let's go back to this other one now with the so I don't have to show my knowledge of rook and pawn endings. So let's look at this one. Okay, so white's king is coming up. Now, what I wonder actually, Australia to allow A1 is queen, exactly. But what I do wonder is if these players with such little time, if they know what they need to do, whether they need to win or draw. It looks, I wonder if black's going to just force a draw. And then it's all going to be on Graham's, and I'm going to have to show my knowledge of rook and pawn endings. Yeah, because if they keep, maybe he's just gaining time on the clock, and then he's going to take on f4. But it wouldn't be obvious, would it, that you're not winning this for black? You wouldn't. I don't think you'd necessarily know. So he might feel he should play. And I don't know also, because I was playing a team match. I don't know if you guys have any experience with this, but I was playing a team match recently, and I asked my captain whether I needed to win or draw. And apparently that was against the rules, and I'm not meant to. It's not in the rules anymore that you can ask your captain whether you're playing for a win or a draw. Yeah. So I took the draw and was done with it. It's a nightmare. In practice, players don't know the ball count. Yeah, I think they don't. And even if you do, it's kind of, you need to be, like when you're in this kind of time trouble-y situation, you need to be told exactly what to do. I mean the moves, I mean, just, like whether you're playing for the win or the draw. I don't like playing on, only white can win it, black has no threats. Gosh, yeah. Yeah, you can only kind of check. You can't. It feels like you can't. Yeah, because I keep thinking, oh yeah, I can just march the king in, take the pawns, and give mating threats, but it doesn't really seem. When I actually go and try and do it, it doesn't seem like that's possible. Okay, so black should take the draw. Sorry, won the toss and chose black on odds. Fortress. It's a fortress. Agnes would have a thing or two to say about that, Tim. Okay. So he's going to keep checking. They are actually gaining time on the clock with these checks. With 10 seconds to move, they're gaining. So, yeah, but you can't really take any of the pawns. White's complete. Oh, right. I've now actually got to switch the engine on again. Plus 4.8 for white. Oh my goodness. Right, you didn't see that, Tim. Wow. So you can just give away, let them promote the pawn to a queen and still win. Magnus. Yeah. I bet he's never played a county match, has he, in his life? I bet he'd jump at the chance. We should, like, one of the counties should offer him a chance to play, and then he'd know what real chess is like. Okay, so if the king comes in, and you could blunder this, couldn't you? Because you've got like that. Like you could imagine the knight forcing your queen to move. You don't want the queen to just sit and block a pawn, do you? That's the thing. Okay, king comes in. And I wonder if Robin... It must be hard psychologically to play this too, right? Because you must realize this. It's the last board left. Everyone's watching. Wow. I'm going to do a cheat again. +5, +6.2. Oh, gosh. He's completely winning now. Wow. White will win. Black will be gutted. Sorry, should sign him up. What, Magnus? I think we should. Yeah. If we had Magnus in the team, the whole match could have been different. Okay. Oh, gosh. So queen's got to come away from blockading this pawn. So say queen e8, let's say. Yeah, queen e8's played. But there isn't any checks anymore. And then I guess the pressure will come back on white when white realizes white's winning. c5. Yeah, oh, okay. This plan. Gosh. Oh dear. b4 to b8 wins, or c5 to c8. Yeah. Well, what a turn of events. Well, I suppose we were saying Middlesex was winning, and then and Middlesex is winning. But poor old Robin. Okay. We just quickly pop into Graham and Marco. Okay, check. And I'm going to cheat on this one too. 0.0. Okay. All right. So this one's now level. Oh. But if you take... Is this really drawn then? Rook takes rook, pawn takes rook. I suppose it must be. You can't get your king in front of the pawn. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. Take with king and winning. Take with king and winning. Really? No, hang on. Rook takes rook, king takes rook, and this, you just, okay, you're going to stop this king coming in. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I know it really. Yes. Lovely. So, but that's not the actual position. Let's get that. That's the actual one. And they're all playing on increment. They must still be really nervous. Playing on increment for a long time. Okay, so, but these guys have built up a lot of time on the clock. Oh, look at this. Okay. Everything's defended of white, so you can't really... Nothing's going to... The only thing that drops off is the black queen then. Oh, king back. Oh, king forwards. Okay, and then... Oh, and I suppose if queen takes here... You go ahead and queen this one. That's probably what you do. King c6. So if Robin hadn't gone for the knight sack, Surrey would have won the match. I don't think so, Tim, because I think... oh, maybe. Wasn't Robin worse anyway? Yeah, okay, it's unclear. But anyway, now is looking... it's looking very much like Middlesex is going to win this match. Not even on board count. Reasonable chance of a draw. Yeah, there would have been chance of a draw in Robin's game. It's true. It's true. Okay, so now this c pawn is going to make inroads, it looks like. Queen e5 suggested. Check the score of the other match. Other match 4.5, 3.5 so far to Cambridgeshire. Lots of games still going on. White on board 15 could still construct a self-mate. This is board 15. It's possible. I think it's unlikely though. Maybe. You could give up the queen for the 3 pawns and see if white knows how to mate with a bishop and knight. Yeah. All right, c6. Now Robin's running low on time. c6. Bishop versus knight would be fun. Yeah. When my son used to play some chess and against it like a weak engine, and every single time he got a chance to promote, he'd always promote to a bishop or a knight, and practice his mate. So he used to be able to do that. 3 pawns, difficult to take them all. Yeah, you can't even get it. Oh no, knight d6, fork. Yeah, that's it. Game over. Okay, so so what we can say is that this gets Middlesex the win. Mate in 9, says Stockfish. Okay, so that one's over. All right, so that takes the score to... Oh, it says 8-7. Oh, so Graham's drawn. Oh, golly, Graham's drawn. So it is, Tim, it is going to be 8-all and then a win. A win for Middlesex on board count, which is what we were predicting probably an hour ago. And then all sorts of things happened, but now we're back to going to be the 8-all win for Middlesex on board count. So big congratulations. I'm assuming that Black Dot has gone ahead and resigned this game. Collect your winnings from the bookies. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, congratulations to Middlesex. What an exciting match. Couldn't be closer. 8-all. Going to be a win on board count for Middlesex. And some very nice games there. Well done to them. County champions 2023. And minor champions, I think we don't know yet. Thank you, Wilsonia. Thanks very much, everyone, very much for watching. Thanks for your comments in the chat. And we should also say thank you to all the organisers of this lovely event, including, I think, Shori and the Arbiting team, and Nigel Towers and everybody who puts this county championship together. All the match captains, all the players, and congratulations to the winners. All right, thanks everybody very much for watching.